rates below its full economic potential, and there is constraining value addition and the limiting sector's capacity to create sustainable jobs and economic value across the value chain. And our main question is, what opportunities can Kenya tap into to strengthen and enhance value addition, job creation, and economic potential across the camel sector value chain? Our general objective for this study was to examine the camel milk value chain in Kenya and to identify strategies for unlocking its potential for employment creation, income growth, and economic resilience in dryland regions. The specific objectives was to map the camel milk value chain, to assess the economic potential of the camel milk value chain, and to enhance its productivity, competitiveness, and employment potential. And finally, to identify factors influencing the development and performance of camel milk value chain. I'll go straight to methodology, where the study applied global value chain frameworks and value chain analysis to examine the structure and performance of the Kenya's camel milk sector, where value chain analysis was used to examine internal structure, that is mapping of actors, also to examine cost configuration, value distribution, and addition across the camel milk value chain in Kenya. GVC complemented the value chain analysis by situating the sector with broader regional and international markets, where there was an emphasis on governance structures, standards compliance, market coordinations, upgrading pathways, and export competitiveness. For analytical framework for objective 1, value chain mapping and functional analysis were applied to define the structural configuration, and also there was primary data from Isiolo and Meru counties that were collected through key informant interviews, focus group discussions, and also direct observations, where product flows and marketing channels were traced to illustrate dominant and alternative pathways linking producers to end markets. Also, GVC examined coordination mechanisms and governance relationships shaping actor interactions. For objective 2, the study employed descriptive statistical analysis to construct node-level performance indicators, where comparative analysis was done across functional stages. That is, it enabled identification of segments demonstrating relatively higher value capture and employment potential, where economic potential of the camel milk value chain was evaluated through quantitative assessment of profitability, value generation, and distribution of income among key sectors, where gross margins were used to estimate the income retained by each actor after accounting for direct production, handling or marketing costs. Benefit cost ratios were employed to assess financial efficiency of the various actors within the value chain. Also, value addition were used to measure the incremental increase in value of the camel milk. For objective 3, the study applied qualitative thematic analysis, and also interviews and stakeholder data were systematically coded, where it had 3 domains, that is institutional factors, infrastructural factors, and market-related factors. Guided by GVC, it also, the study also, or the analysis, examined governance dynamics such as buyer requirements, standard regimes and power relations that influence opportunities for upgrading. I'll go to findings. For objective 1, the study we found out that the camel milk value chain flows from inputs and production all the way to consumption, where at input level there are different actors such as feed suppliers, vet services, machine suppliers, and then there is processing, there is marketing, and then there is consumption. For objective 2, we'll have several determinants, where for the first one, there is camel milk production and productivity. The study found out that output rose steadily from 289 metric tons in 2005 to 910 metric tons in 2012. That is reflecting growth in camel milk population and its increasing role of camel milk within pastoral systems. Also, in 2019, there was a major turning point where production surpassed 1.1 million tons. And in 2023, there was a recovery where production was at 1.1 million metric tons. And this highlights the resilience of the camel milk production systems. Also for objective 2.
You only have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Please.
The findings show that at consumer level, the prices are higher than producer level, where at consumer market price we have 250, and producer level we have 110. The margin share distribution across actors in the camel milk value chain are as shown, where retailers or traders has the highest margin share compared to the aggregators and transporters, where they have the lowest margin shares. Camel milk export structure and market diversification potential, where out of the total 14,000 kgs exported globally in 2023, we find out that Tanzania accounted for approximately 92% of total exports, where Uganda and Somalia represented 3.5%, and Somalia represented 2.1%, and the others were less than 1% of the total exports. Export unit price by destination market in 2023, we find out that India recorded the highest export unit price at approximately 2.4 kgs USD dollars per kg, followed by Rwanda and then South Africa. For objective 3, employment and livelihood opportunities in the country. Also, there is a need to support formation and strengthening of producer cooperatives and trader associations. There is need to expand improve disease resilience surveillance and promote feeding and breeding practices. Also, there is need to promote small scale camel milk processing enterprises, for value addition. And also there is need to develop a comprehensive camel milk development strategy, and also to establish an integrated cold chain and transport system, and also there is need to expand export opportunities through certification and compliance with international standards. That's all my presentation. I welcome comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mercy, for that quite elaborate presentation. And this time, I think we are not presentation. And this time, I think we are not going to welcome comments at this juncture. We will have all our presenters do the presentation. Kindly, let us all just take note of those comments that you have, so that at the end, you'll have an opportunity to be able to give them comments. So we'll just proceed to the next presenter, number 2, who is Rose Lokoyel and Mercy Owich, and their title is Improving Productivity, Market Access, Value Addition in Kenya's Spices Value Chain. So kindly upload your paper.
Good morning, colleagues. Am I allowed to sit, or we have to stand? I have to stand. Okay, that's okay. I'll follow the rules. So our paper is about improving Kenya's pulse value chain, addressing productivity, market access, and value addition challenges. My co-author is Mercy Owich. Okay. So on the background, maybe I should start by saying what pulses are and how different are pulses from legumes. And pulses are the dry edible seeds of legume seeds. So for this case, we are excluding report. Global production of pulses is about 97 million and is projected to reach 125 metric tons in 2032. Why is pulses an important crop that on trends? For this case, we are dealing with 4 major crop trends. That's the bean. And the beans is very popular in most of the counties. But if you look at our figures, most of our ASAL's productions, they're not that high as expected. Similar to Kaupi, where Makueni and Kitui counties are leading, though the production still is low. As you see the graph towards 2024, the productions are lower than the preceding years. So what's the problem with pulses? Our policy issue is that despite pulses being critical for food security and livelihoods in Kenya, there is low production and we are not meeting our domestic demand. So we are depending we get the imports from other countries. And for this case, the low productivity limits value addition because you can't add value when we are lacking in the first place. So we are really interested in how do we upscale our production so that we get to meet our local demand and also for exports, and think about value addition so that we have products that can be available, like easy snacks in our supermarkets. We also have, there's no dedicated policy that addresses pulses in this country, and more specifically, there's no even authority that actually deals with issues of pulses. We have the Kenya Cereals Board, but most of the services they offer are maize related, and for pulses they could offer silos for drying, of course, but with our low productions, there's little activities going on in the Kenya Cereals Board. So what are our objectives? We have 3 major objectives, and the specific objective, that's to map the pulse value chain structure, actors and linkages in Kenya. We also have to analyze the land potential and performance of pulse farming in Kenya. We look at to assess the economic potential in terms of job creation and competitiveness. So we'll go, I'll skip the policy framework and go straight to methodology. Okay, we have the theories that guide our study. We have value chain theory by Michael Porter. We also have the neoclassical theory that we are borrowing a lot to see. Those are the studies. So let's go to our methodology. And we used mixed research design, where we had also primary and secondary data. And primary data were collected in 2 counties, that is Uasin Gishu and Trans Nzoia County. We sampled about 30 farmers and KII to various institutions. The methodology, we had 3 major methods that we approached. Number 1, we did cross-margin analysis. We also did GIS analysis on productivity and land suitability tests on for this pulse crop. We also had a CGE model to look at to simulate the economy-wide effects on productivity. So briefly, variable descriptions. The first table has variables that we used for our model for the GIS analysis, and we looked at the soil characteristics, where depth, pH, soil type, the SEC. We also looked at the soil organic matter as part of our variables. On the topography, we looked at altitude and slope, and the data were found from global data sets, including for climate data, we found data from WorldClim, and administrative shapefiles from Kenya. On the suitability, this is just a glimpse of what we did. There are other tables representing what we did. So on the tests, that is the determinants of for example, for bean suitability criteria that we used. We used the soil type, and then those are the weights that we assign to each parameters that are important for those crop production based on the literature and also some consultation from experts. So let's shift to our results and discussion. And if we look at, this is the results from the cross-margin analysis stroke, why should farmers maybe consider the opinion on which crop is more significant in terms of giving them a lot of revenue. And so we look at the value, for example, from a bean farmer. There are 3 levels of farming that happens in this county. So one farmer can decide to do like, let me just focus on bean. Another one can do maize alone, like the monocropping, and others can do mixed cropping. So from the results that we had, the farmers who did mixed cropping, where in one season they would do maize for the first season, and then the second season they plant bean, then they had a relatively better kind of income at the end of the year compared to a farmer who did maize farming for the one season, that is for 1 acre. But if a farmer also, those who managed to do just bean farming for both the season, first season and the second season, those ones were able to do better, but there were so many challenges that they were facing, including the weather. They have to use a lot of inputs to make their production, you know, a success. So also on the market aspect, you find that those who are the farmers, when it comes to now selling their products, they were getting lesser revenue or income compared to those who are in the processing industry, such as the hotel industry, doing the bean as a, you know, processing, that's adding value by cooking either for the githeri or the whatever, the snack, the beans. They would make more money compared to just that farmer who is selling it raw without doing any value addition. So We go to, just keep those ones, and then get to also, what is this? Okay. So I'll look at, in terms of productivity, if you look at this table, we are looking at the results or the reports that have been given by AFA about each county and what they produce. So we have beans, green grams, cowpea, and pigeon peas across the 47 county. But more interesting, or what actually grappled our attention, was why is it that these not legumes, but pulses are meant to be crops that do well in the ASAL regions. But if you look at the results, most of our counties which are ASAL based, they are not reporting very good results in terms of the area under production. And most of them, like for example, Baringo County is about 109, that is, do I read the figures? It's about 1 million hectares, the whole county. That is, we are excluding important, what do we say? We are excluding some land uses such as, this is included, land uses such as water, forest, and those urban that are not doing, they are not suitable for example, the pulses. But out of that, the county, the AFA reports indicate that it's about 970 hectares that is being used for bean production. Green grams is the first one, is green grams. The second is beans, which is 2,000 acres. The third one is for cowpeas, about 822 acres, and the fourth one is pigeon peas, which is 74 acres. So we get to ask, why is it that maybe these counties are not maximizing on these crops, yet we need the production so that even we start thinking about value addition? So this is the results, and for this one, this prompted us to get to the GIS analysis, where we asked ourselves, based on the criteria that we found online, for example, just from a simple variety that I had showed before, what is it like? What is the potential of this county in terms of productivity? How much of this land could be used to do the specific one? So if you look at the bean suitability map that we came up with, based on that simple criteria, of course there are many others that can be done on the several varieties. For this case, we have the Kenya crop variety list of 2027 that has about 54 varieties of beans that have been produced and certified in this country. And each one of them is suitable for different agroecological zones. So just from a glimpse.
You have 3 minutes left.
Thank you, I'm winding up. So from this case, you find that most of the red part is not suitable based on that simple criteria, but there's more to that. So we tend to be convinced that even those counties which are reporting very small areas of production of beans and green grams, there is a lot of potential. For example, if you look at the beans, it's around the central region of Kenya, and the white one is those areas that have different land use. They are urban or water bodies, or for those ones we clipped out of the discussions. So if you look at this map, you see there are some potential areas even in the northern parts for beans. And for the second graph is for green grams. And green grams is doing so well. There's a lot of potential in the ASAL region. So which means we really need to do more as a country and try to do a lot of suitability map analysis for different varieties, so that we advise our farmers that these are the potentials that you have and you can exploit them, and we increase the production so that the value addition begins for this value chain of pulses. So on the CGE, these are the results. Maybe because of time, I'll not go through all of them. But to conclude, or maybe my little, I think I've hanged. It's okay. So to conclude is that pulses in this country have potential, but we need to do more in terms of sensitizing the farmers. And we know that the production, the value is actually at the top level, but most of us are still, you know, the lower nodes is where we have a lot of work to do first by producing, and then we can also start thinking about what value we need to add for our pulses in this country. So with that, I want to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rose, for that quite elaborate presentation. And I think we are all taking comments so that we are able to give them at the end of the presentation. Without wasting much time, I would like us to proceed to the third presenter, third presenter, who is Powell Murunga, and the title is ESG, Peer Spillover Effects in Supply Chain, Evidence from Kenya's Agricultural Value Chain. So Powell, kindly project your paper.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Powell Murunga. I'm from the National Treasury. Today I'm going to make a presentation on the ESG, peer spillover effects in the supply chain, evidence from the Kenya agricultural value chains. Okay, this is my outline. We are going to cover at least 8 sections of the paper, that from the cover page to the policy discussion. So, I'm going to talk about the ESG peer spillover effect. The ESG, that is the environmental, social, and governance. These are some of the non-financial issues which are supposed to be reported in the financial, part of the financial statement, part of the annual report of several companies. So here, these are non-financial statements. For example, the motivation of my paper deals with the agri-food, that is the agricultural value chain, which are being exported into the outside world, and this outside world require strict adherence to various sustainability standards, such as, and also to ensure that the traceability is very okay. And currently, only 46% of Kenya listed farms have adopted the ESG reporting. That is by 2023, according to the CMA report. So my paper basically deals with the difference between the global ESG requirements, which is one of the new phenomena in the world over the last 10 years, the ESG development. How is it compared to the origin? That is it being adopted by the smallest in the agricultural value chain? So we are going to see how it has been affected over the years. So basically, I'll start with the ESG, which is a set of non-financial criteria used to evaluate a farm's sustainability and ethical performance. So ESG stands for the environmental impact, which consists of the climate, carbon emissions, and so on. We also have the social responsibility, which is also the labor, community, and the welfare. So these are some of the labor issues, payment and labor conditions. We also have the governance. Governance, we have the leadership, board diversity, executive compensation, and also some corruption policies. So these are some of the non-financial issues which firms are supposed to report on how they are able to adhere to some of them. Move to this place to make move to. So the next point is the objectives. My main objectives will be to test whether the farms is influenced by horizontal peer effects within the same value chain segment. Also, my second objectives will be to assess whether the ESG performance spread vertically across the upstream, midstream, and downstream supply chain linkages, and also to examine how the network linkages and market structure the ESG spillover effect. So as already told you, the environmental, social, and governance issues has been affecting the agricultural value chains in various ways, from the horizontal aspect of it and the vertical part. So the horizontal aspect of it deals with how the same farms are competing or imitating with each other. The vertical aspect part of it deals with the vertical aspect part of it deals with between the buyers and the suppliers and how they influence each other to adopt this ESG requirement. So we have some of the policy issues under my study. We have the agricultural policy of 2021, which deals on productivity, to improve productivity and value chain. We have the Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Strategy from 2017, 2026, which focuses on reducing the carbon emissions, and we have the Climate Change Act of 2016. So these are some of the policy foundations for my study. Okay, my methodology will, I'll move directly to the methodology section. So it will consist of 105 farms, which are made up of upstream, that is the production level, the inputs, the fertilizer, which are 42 farms, the midstream, that is the aggregation, and the processing, which is 31 farms, and the downstream, which is the export market, that is the 32 farms. So all of them add up to 105 farms. So the data panel data from 2018 to 2023, the farm year observation. So it will be from, that will be obtained from various sectors. So let's look at the key variables. We have the dependent variable, which is the ESG scores. So this ESG scores, some of these farms have reported them in their annual reports, where they have indicated the extent to which they have adopted these ESGs. So some of them, so the independent variables, we have the dependent variable of the ESG scores, which consists of the environmental, social, and governance pillars, and the dependent variable we have the horizontal. So we will have the ranking effect and the peer effect, which will be included in the study, as you can see from. Yes. So from the first objective, since you have said the dependent variable of the scores of the ESG scores, which is a function of the peer, the extent to which they have imitated from one of the peers, and also look at the function of the rank, how they have been ranked within the same value chain, and also look at the controls variables. That's from the first objectives. So it was to measure how competitors' ESG influence farm ESG. So do these farms copy from each other, and to what extent do they influence copying from each other? We also have the vertical spillover effect. This one we look from the top down, from the buyer to suppliers. So we have the up, mid, and downstream control and so on. So that will be the second spillover to see how they influence the ESG scores. So we also have the network linkages, how they influence from the same network, and also have the market structure using the Herfindahl and the Hirschmark index. That is the square, the market share of each of the farms, and then sum up together to see how the market concentration, how does it affect if the farm adopts the certain ESG or not. So we go directly to the results and discussion. So after running the regression equations from the objectives, we look at the results. We can see that the horizontal spillover, they vary by value chain segment, which is strongest in the upstream and the midstream farms. So these farms, horizontal, these are farms which are competing with each other on the same level. So we realize that it is strongest in the upstream, that is in the production. That means when you're going to grow your maize, that is in the agriculture, when you're going to grow your maize, type of herbicide that you use, the type of pesticide that you use, the farms are more easily able to copy from other farms so that they can be able to adhere with the requirements that are required in the global standards and also with the consumers. So that means it's strongest in the upstream and midstream, also during the processing section. But it's very weak in the downstream section, that is the export market. You can also see that the environmental and social dimension respond more strongly than governance. So here the environment, that is the low carbon emissions, and social, e.g. the labors, they are more highly adopted compared to governance issues such as maybe gender balance or diversity in the board. So the environmental and the social, these ones, they have more impact on the ESG adoption compared to the governance. So we'll also look at the vertical spillovers. Vertical spillovers, these are the top down, that is from the buyer to supplier, from the same downstream, upstream and midstream. You can also see that from the top down, you can see that the transmission, that is from the midstream, they usually require that the farms adopt this ESG requirement before you buy your product. Before the supplier supplies the product to the buyer gives conditions to the supplier that you should meet these ESG rules before you accept your product. So from this, you can see that the downstream is highly significant compared to the upstream section. From there, so this is the summary of the quantitative results. We look at the horizontal spillovers, the upstream section. We see that both aggregate, that is the combination of all ESG and the environment, was significant. Under the vertical spillover, we can see that social could influence the buyers to purchase your product. That is the buyer may impose the standards to the seller so that before they meet those conditions.
Powell, please, you have 3 minutes left.
How many?
3 minutes left.
Okay, I'm finishing up. So basically, you can see that environmental, social were highly significant. That means they could easily, they were easily adopted by the farms compared to the governance. Governance were mostly neglected in most cases. That is from both the horizontal and the vertical section. Also, farms with the higher revenues, large farms, they are more easily adopting this ESG compared to farms which are for low revenues. Also, you can see that farms which command a large market share also will easily adopt this ESG requirement compared to farms which have low market concentration. So we go directly to the policy recommendation. That is from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, MOLD, should ensure that ESG is embedded in procurement, export standards, and contracts of all goods which are being produced by the farms. And also, we have various regulatory bodies like the CMA, the Capital Markets Authority, CBK. They should ensure mandatory disclosure and benchmarking of all these farms so that they report on how they adhere to the ESG. We also have the SME should be supported so that technically, so that they can be able to adopt this ESG requirement, and also it should adopt the digital supply chain transparency so that it will become very easy to trace the movement of to trace for purpose of traceability. So this digital supply chain will ensure this transparency when we are doing the traceability in the value chain in the agricultural sector. Okay, thank you. I think that's the end of presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Powell, for the good presentation. Powell is from the National Treasury, because majority of us who are here from KIPRA, or majority of the presenters. So under this session, we are going to have 5 presentations, and we are going to the 4th one now from Meti. Timothy Meti, please upload your presentation.
Thank you. So as they upload, my name is Timothy Meti. I'm a young professional at the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, that is KIPRA. And I'm not only a YP, but the youngest YP. So my presentation is on, not this, not. So my presentation is on the maize value chain, and they are saying that they are uploading. It is the ICT team.
It's okay now. I think it's just being projected. Yes, yes. Bado.
Thank you. I'm sorry for taking a bit of your time. So my name is Timothy Meti. I'm a young professional. My presentation is on the maize value chain. So my topic we are co-authoring this work with Nelly Nyambane, and our title was Transforming Kenya's Maize Value Chain to Drive Productivity, Competitiveness, and Job Creation. So this is the presentation outline. So this is an introduction. Kenya's maize value chain. maize value chain, or Kenya's maize, is valued at 450 billion USD due to its importance in matters food security and as well matters trade. Productivity globally is more pronounced in the developed economies, with an average of 10 tons per hectare. Thank you. And when it comes to the country Kenya, our competitiveness is not is filthy, because we have a deficit of 10 million bags yearly, and this requires that we import from our neighboring countries, that is Tanzania and Uganda, and as well as Zambia. These are our objectives. We are aiming to examine the maize value chain, assess the economic potential of the maize farming value chain in Kenya to enhance its productivity and competitiveness, and lastly, to explore the profitability of the maize value chain, and as well compared to the aspirator countries. This is the policy framework in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. This is our policy review matrix. So in terms of literature review, most studies that have done work on maize assert on the importance or on the vitality of maize value chain as the cornerstone of productivity, not only in the country, but in sub-Saharan Africa. Maize productivity has been more pronounced in the developed economies, where we are getting 10 tons per hectare. And in Africa, productivity is way below the global benchmark due to challenges such as climate change and rain-fed agriculture, over-dependency or over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture, where the developed countries like Israel and USA rely on irrigation agriculture. Due to the increasing population, both in the country and in sub-Saharan Africa and globally, maize demand is on a growing trajectory or accelerated trajectory, and this one calls for sustainable and climate-smart ways of producing maize in the country. Our study was anchored on the value chain theory, commercialization theory, which emphasizes on the transition of smallholder farmers from subsistence to market-oriented or commercial-oriented farming. And when we talk about the transition cost theory, this one is on matters coordination failures, where we are looking at, from an economic point of view, how much to what to produce, how to produce, and how much to produce. This is our methodology. On the data, we are relying on secondary data majorly from the KNBS, and primary data that we got from the two highest maize-producing counties, that was Uasin Gishu and Trans Nzoia. And the study used a cross-sectional survey design. This is the value chain map, whereby, as you can see, the value chain map was so explicit that we are capturing the actors in the value chain, both from the global point of view and within the country. And from the global point of view, you can see that we are the world market imports. That is when we import from countries like Zambia, we import from Brazil to the country, and that is through the National Cereals Board. That is how it gets into the country, and it now circulates to the medium and retailers, to the supermarkets, down to the consumers. And from the other side, you can see that maize, we have maize surplus from the smallholder farmers. That is because smallholder farmers are the highest producers of maize in the country. So when they get surplus, they get it to the market, and now it flows through the brokers, which we are really a major player in the maize value chain, and then to the rural consumers, to the posho millers, down to the to the final consumers. On the objective on productivity, because our objectives were three. Number one, we looked at productivity of maize in the country for the last five years. And as you can see from this diagrammatic illustration, is that maize productivity in the country has not been stable. It has been fluctuating year in, year out. And this one calls for sustainable climate smart ways of producing maize, and a cohesive value chain, maize value chain that. So when it comes to competitiveness, maize, we looked at maize productivity since devolution came in, that is the last 1 decade, and as per this illustration or diagram, you can see that over the years, Uasin Gishu and Trans Nzoia counties have been the highest producers of maize in the country. And these were the counties as well that we chose to go and do our primary data collection because they are the highest producers of maize in the country. And from the data, primary data that we obtained in the field, we could see that the smallholder farmers are employing at least 3 people in their farms, and they have the potential to employ 2 more people. So that brings about the potential of the sector to bridge and grow matters employment in our country. And most of the farmers who are doing maize farming are primarily middle age, and they have an average of 3 acres. So we were doing, in our objective 3, we did something we call scenario analysis on to look at profitability of maize farming among smallholder farmers, whereby in the first scenario we were comparing people who are using their own land but using subsidized fertilizer. What is their profitability? And their profitability compared to scenario 2, people who used rented land and their own fertilizer, not government fertilizer, their profitability was a bit low. And now we had people who were using they were using rented land and government fertilizer. Their profits were a bit higher. But now the people who were using their own land and government fertilizer, as a scenario case, at the highest level, at the highest profitability. And that one drives us to our last important point, and that is where we are looking at the aspirator countries for maize in our country. And the countries that we chose as our aspirator countries were the United States of America, China, Brazil, South Africa, and India, which are the highest producers of maize globally. And we gave the metrics of the average yield that you can see in USA, the average yield per hectare was 10 acres, while in Kenya it is around 1.7. So that shows the disparity and the need to have a coordinated value chain in maize. So as I conclude, there's a weak link in the maize value chain, and that is at the institutional level and policy level. And a key issue that we noted across the value chain, we are having across the nodes in the value chain, we are having what we call post-harvest losses, which in maize are 30%. So if we can leverage on that one, then maize value chain can drive food security in the country. And lastly, these were our recommendation, that we need inclusive value addition and agro-processing, and lastly, farm level productivity through cost reduction and risk management. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Timothy. I think you have tried to really keep time, despite the fact that some time was lost before you start off. So we are going to proceed to our last presentation under this session that I'm chairing. And this presentation is from Kennedy. The topic is going to cover is investment attraction strategies for global smart cities, a study of Konza City Technopolis. So kindly project your presentation and come forward. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kennedy Ogola from Konza Technopolis, an economist. This paper is emitted from the partnership between KIPRA and Konza. So we got some technical support from the KIPRA to undertake the study. These are basically the review of the papers on the existing cities. So the outline, we look at the introduction, problem statement, and policy and legal context. So basically on the smart cities represent a technology advanced urban environment that integrates digital infrastructure, intelligence systems, real-time data. The objective is basically to enhance the efficiency, sustainability, quality of urban services. Among the drivers of the smart cities is about the ability to improve livelihoods, generate substantial economic footprint, and potential to mitigate global challenges like the climate change. We look into the aspect of now the smart cities leverage on high-speed connectivity, IoT, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and data analytics to optimize core functions. Among the core functions which are looked into, we look at the transport, energy, water management, waste management, security, and public administration. So if you look at the data-driven governance, improves decision-making, enhance transparency, reduce bureaucratic friction. So there's a growing demand for the people-centered smart cities that emphasize on ethical, inclusive, and sustainable technology deployment. This one is as a result of the rapid global urbanization, also emerging from the rapid population growth. According to the UN Habitat 2024, you look at now the spending on digital transformation, which is around 1.85 trillion in 2022, and is expected to grow by double by 2027 in terms of municipalities trying to build the smart cities or improve on their areas. So the smart city technology market is forecasted to expand from 121 billion to 301 billion. Then if you look at most of the municipalities, even the old ones which are coming now, in their plans, they have at least a component of their strategic plan. They have a vision of having a smart city. Africa, we look at now around 36% of their planning is incorporating the smart cities. Then on the planning gaps, these are also a challenge for our Technopolis. Sorry. So one of the areas that has been happening is the challenge in the development of the smart is the financing challenges, where you look at most of the municipalities predominantly depend on the exchequer, the national government funding, with the 65% funding from the government. Then the national agencies also provide 46% and 32% from international organizations. Private investors still remain at around 13%. In Africa, where we have issues to deal with the digital divide, inadequate infrastructure, regulatory gaps, financial challenges, this one has been also, Africa has been lagging behind. Only 68% of cities globally have formalized action plans that incorporates operation and maintenance costs in planning. When you look at now in terms of I've talked about now, these are the data from how the spending from now, the city budget, about 50% in Africa, 29% from national funders, and private investors are also about 11% in Africa. So if you look at the data, you see how the spending is going about globally about the development of smart cities. In the case of Konza is a flagship project which was envisioned as the BPO, to support the BPO and IT-enabled sectors services in Kenya. And it is envisioned to contribute 2% to the Kenya gross domestic product. The city also aims to create quality employment opportunities for youth, women, and persons with disability. It's around 5,000 acres, planned 5,000 acres. And also integrating with the digital infrastructure. So one of the issues that we looked into this paper was since Konza was conceptualized in 2009, majority of people have not known what has gone on and the challenges which has made the project to lag behind. Konza was a greenfield with no undeveloped land, no infrastructure. So the ecosystem was a bit different. Then also it also operates within the PPP framework, which keeps on changing. And also depending on the fiscal, the exchequer issues, which are also limited. Then we look at now that we are also trying to look at the best practices that cannot be directly transmitted but must be carefully adopted. Then we look at now the objective of this study. This study aims to analyze and identify most effective investment and action strategies employed by successful global smart cities. So the policy context, KONSA operates to be among the national development blueprints like Vision 2030, Digital Economic Blueprint, National ICT Policy, Special Economic Zone. Then this framework support the infrastructure development, digital innovation, private sector investment. Then the city also advances, is also targets to advance in the knowledge towards the knowledge-based economy. To root now the BPO and the online jobs that we are talking about, the JIRA and the Jitume. Then in the development, the planning of the smart cities is clustered into 4 categories where we have residential, industrial, then we also have mixed use, also other areas of technology. So these are now from the progress where the city started now from 2009 to 2012, that's a conceptualization. Now 2012 to 2014 was now the planning and approvals, then implementation started in 2014, 2016. And now we are now moving now to continue with the implementation. Now the actual now operation. We are now moving from now the infrastructure development to now to the operationalization of the city. So with the investment there, so the financial status of KONSA over the years, the government which has been funding the project through Exchequer, some of which also get the loans from our development partners. If you look at the financing gaps, when we require 18 billion, we require about 167 billion, but if you look at the allocation, definitely just around 18 billion in our strategic plan and also the MTEF plan, which normally are being reviewed every year to year in the implementation. So this is also basically the data, the infrastructure just involved under the phase 1, which are now completed. I'm not going to that one, to support the smart city. Then when we look at now, we have talked about now, since the conceptualization of the project, and we have employed about 5,000 direct jobs. These are jobs which are people who are working within the Technopolis and doing the infrastructure works. And also, there are also other components of those who are now targeting now going to the innovation ecosystem. Then these are also given the wages which have also at least also gone to the local community around there. There is also added now the skills during the construction. So most of the employees have gotten some skills within the KONSA authority and also the workers. The policy context, the smart cities are supported by the UN 2030. That's the SDG number 11, which are also the African Agenda 2063, then East Africa Community Agenda 2050, which support now the development of smart cities, and also now transforming the existing cities into smart cities. If you look at like now the KONSA Technopolis, we operate under the Act, PPP Act 2021, and also the Special Economic Zone Act 2015, which support the EPZ. So there are still gaps. These gaps, the gaps exceeding the framework slow down progress and overall development of the Technopolis. These gaps include weak SDGs investment tracking, slow domestication of Agenda 2063, then limited county level ICT investment capacity.
Kennedy, please, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry. So on in terms of the literature review, we look into the land value capture, where we look at now the public investment, making now the land to gain some value, so it can be used now to develop our infrastructure. Agglomeration about now we look at now the public, then the skills workers are talent pool within then the bid, then we also have the PPP. I'm not going to those ones, I've talked about them. Then look at sustainable development theory. Sustainable development theory. We also look at now the smart cities now not compromising, investing now not to compromise the future generation. Then we look at the studies of some of the smart cities around the globe, where we look at, I'll just go, sorry. So some of the reviews that we look at, the smart cities that we have, like Cyberjaya in Malaysia, which was about 7,000 acres. Then Songdo in South. This was government-led as a flagship project. Then Songdo in Korea. Then you also have Fujisawa in Japan. Then Egypt, Kigali, and Eco Atlantic. Some of them are a bit related to Konza Technopolis. So if you look at so if you look at the findings, you find that most of the global smart cities that have successfully mobilized private capital and achieved momentum in subsequent development phases exhibit current investment attraction configuration. Some of them, you look, they start with the government-led, then also first implementation like Konza, like one of the dominant models emerged from the research include ecosystem-driven models where investment is anchored in skills development, innovation ecosystem, research institutions, structured collaboration, which Konza is doing on the ecosystem. Then spillover-driven models, where the large anchored projects, like now we have the Kenya Heist, we also have the data center within the Konza. Then we also look at livability-driven models, not compromising the future. You look at the environment sustainability in terms of the waste management, even though the Konza exhibit all those, but that's still not applicable as of now. In terms of policy recommendation, we look at now for Konza to need to accelerate industrial transformation, strengthen special economic zone planning, regulatory instrument, mobilize development finance to attract the foreign direct investment as opposed to just to the local, enhance PPP, transparency, like now project disclosure on the terms of the risk and the arrangement, strengthen institutional coordination, conduct regular institutional readiness, then invest in human capital. Institutionalized participatory governance. Another one is to adopt impact and ESG measurement frameworks. Sequence anchor project strategically. Strengthen investor aftercare. So this is also another key one, the number 9 of the investor aftercare. How do you take care of the investor? In conclusion, the study affirms that effective investment attraction in smart cities does not depend only on advanced technology, but rather on effective strategies in 3 critical areas, which Konza needs to emulate. Konza possesses foundational resource, including the tier 3 data centers, digital infrastructure, special economic zone incentives. To capitalize on the competitive advantage over time, Konza must internalize and implement city-specific lessons. The most important lesson is the necessity of the effective governance manifested in unified digital platforms. And that's my end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Kennedy, and all the presenters who have done their presentation under this session. So I think we have all been attentive enough to be able to give comments to our colleagues for the good presentations that they have given to us. So kindly, let me open the floor for all of us to be able to give our comments. Okay. Okay. We can try to take the shortest time possible for the comments.
Yes, thank you so much for the good presentations. I just want to be a bit brief on one. So most of the presentations here that I've seen is just a general comment that I have. First one, you find one paper, recommendation 10. Somehow, not somehow. Then you look, the objective are only 3. Then recommendation, you come with them 10. That is always not very good. Recommendation, let's say you have 3 objectives. The maximum you can give is 6. Let's not like put so many recommendations, but you come to the synthesis, the points there, they are not there. So that is on a general comment, that is what I've realized. And then also when you're given 5 minutes, take 5 minutes. On specific, this lady that presented something here on some value chain. But the problem was, you did some study and you stated nicely that you went to the field and did some study. But the result section is Kenya compared to Somali, Kenya compared to other one. But you did a primary data collection. I think that is, you just need to like, if you ask the question A, on let's say in Bungoma and Mombasa, give us the result of Bungoma and Mombasa. That's what I want to see. Don't compare Kenya to Somali, because you didn't go to Somali. That one is in the background and the general story. It flows. It's good when it justifies that. But for the result section, stick to what you went to the field. This is a map. This is the first question was on map. Give me the map. I see the map. The second question was this. This is what I see. So I think much of that result that you had, let's push them to the introduction and develop them the story, the status of, let's say, that value chain that you are looking of camel milk. But now tell me the situation on the ground. That would make a lot of sense to me than going to opening Kenya compared to Brazil to this one. That one doesn't make so much value. So that's what I realized on that. And then on the second one, the paper on the ESG, very nice paper. And congratulations, that's an area that has not been well done in Kenya. But there are several ways of improving it. Check your model. You're saying you are estimating, you didn't say it in the paper, but I've seen the paper, even the paper, you have not said whether you estimated a fixed effects or dynamic or... It seems to me you try to estimate a fixed effects model, and that is a problem because you have a lag-dependent variable, the one that you call P-score there. It is a time period. It's like the score, which is the general one, and then you put it as one of the controls. When you estimate it like that, then it becomes dynamic, and using even a dynamic fixed effect or random effects will fail. So that one you should go for a GMM. So at the first step, you can do a fixed effects, general one, without lagging. Then you do the dynamic side, then you lag it. Then your preferred model is a GMM, and that is what you present. And then also on the estimation on the variables that you had there, the construction, you find one variable is having 3. Like if you check, you have net margins, then this, like one variable, even macroeconomics, inflation, GDP, then you can't put all of them. I go to check the descriptive, they are not there. You go to the result, you present something similar to a bit of a result, but it's not missing, it's missing some points. Then those values, you check their descriptives, there's a problem with the description. So I think we need to clean out a bit of it. And then on your dependent variable, which is the score, you see the score ranges E 0 to 10, G 0 to 10. When you do that, and then when you are making the general score for ESG now for all of them, they can be over 100. Because I'm seeing it ranges 0 to 10, 0 to 10, 0 to 10. Let's say E is 7. Another one is 8. Another one is 9. That is around like 16. Then when you have that 16, so do you log it or how does it go there? I think that one we now want to a bit talk, but I don't. There are a lot of things that we can discuss. And then the last clip for the paper one. Assume you meet a minister today and you have done this research. What would you tell him? Because that one was not coming out. What would you tell a researcher like my senior here that this is what we did, we found this, we recommend this? It was not coming, it was here, it was there, it was somewhere there. Then I think that is my thinking.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I think I didn't listen to all the presentations, but I think from the 3, I found one in the middle. Then I've listened to the rest 2. And I think I would start with what is the most important thing in research. It is usually framing the problem. When it comes to the first one, and when it comes to framing the problem, we have 2 branches of research. We have academic research, and we have policy research. KIPRA is a policy research institution. So when we frame the problem, we don't approach it from the academic side. Academics will tell us, this area has not been done, so there's a knowledge gap. But in policy, we ask the question, what is the policy issue? My colleague has raised a very important question. If you go to a minister and you are presenting your study, they would want to see the policy issue that motivates your research. So I think I saw, when Powell was presenting, I saw he has something calling motivation, and then he has something calling research gap. That means we don't understand how to frame the problem. One paper would have one problem. So when I look at the paper on smart cities, actually I didn't get the problem clearly, meaning, the problem is a problem. And that is the most serious thing of many of the studies I've seen here, but I know it, you perfect it with time. But you should understand that when you are doing policy research, you motivate your research from a policy perspective. We usually ask, what is the policy issue? So don't tell us that there's a knowledge gap, that a study in this area has not been done and so forth. That's academic. You can do that for a journal publishing and it will pass. But if you are doing a policy paper, that is junk. It doesn't pass any test. And so it starts there. It starts there. When the problem is not clear, we have no research. If somebody looks at your presentation and you don't have a problem, you actually have no research. Now, the other thing which I think is critical, especially for most of the presenters I've seen, is when you make a presentation, be keen on the time you are given, and based on the time you are given, when you are preparing your slides, say I've been told you are given 10 minutes. Why should you have 20 slides? Why should you have 25 slides when you have just 10 minutes? I was taught that if you have 10 minutes, make 5 slides, because on average you take 2 minutes per slide. So the first slide, don't go to that too much background. I think you have seen all the presenters. They start here and fill our heads with the background. Yet this study you are presenting, the most important thing, you are adding to knowledge. In research we do because we want to add to existing knowledge. So spend most time telling us your findings. And we should see findings that are unique, something that people don't know. If you are just repeating and telling us what everybody knows, that's why I was telling YPs, when we had a session with them, that in their papers, when your section on empirical is purely secondary data, and you went to the field, you are not adding knowledge. Because what is secondary, people know it. People already know that. That's existing knowledge. So tell us what you got from the field, because that's what we don't know. And that's why I agree with my colleague Jatelo here, that when we look at the results, and you told us in methodology that you went to the field. We want to see field results in that section. So if you give us secondary, why did we go to the field? It means we just went for holiday. And then we come and give people secondary data. So I think that is one of the key observations. And then we said that if you did a case study, you have said you went to 2 counties, then your results should reflect what is in those 2 regions. It's a case study. So you don't fill us again with what already we know that you pick from economic survey and so forth. And that is what I saw in most of the papers, but I can see it's also being replicated in terms of... Now, the other thing, if you are doing a specific value chain study, say it is a maize value chain study, one of the things that we need to see, even in your results, you have done the map, like this one which was presented on maize. It has no problem. Then when you look at the value chain map, it has no inputs. We just start with farmers. But who feeds the farmers with the inputs that allow them to produce? So the value chain has to trace how value moves from inputs to the other levels that follow inputs. And if we don't see that, then that's not value chain analysis. If you're analyzing maize and you don't analyze maize based on the value chain, and you told us one of the, in your methodology that you are using value chain approach, then what are you doing in results? We are not seeing. So for every stage, you should tell us who are the main players, what challenges are they facing, what are the, who are the regulators, who are offering supplementary services and so forth. Now, so if we miss that, then we don't have a value chain paper. We have something masquerading as a value chain paper. Now, again, I think the paper on maize again I saw, and I think even the one I found being presented on, I don't know, it was beans and something. I know, of course, we discussed this with the YPs, is that the objectives just fly from the sky. They don't originate from the problem. Once you identify your problem, objectives must speak to the problem. If I see the problem, then I should link to the objectives of your study. So I think I can see even the one objective 3, scenario analysis. It just falls from nowhere. Why do we need to do scenario analysis? But if I look at Powell's paper on ECG, again, I think the focus was on ECG. I saw what he called motivation and also the research gap. But the research gap and even the motivation, they don't speak to spillovers. So when now I go to methodology, I meet spillovers. Where do we get spillovers from? It has to emanate from the problem. You look at motivation, we are simply saying 46% of the farms have adopted ECG standards, and yet the sector, I think the sector contributes, is it 50-something or whatever percent to GDP and so forth. But when it comes to spillovers, there's nothing on spillovers. So when I come and see, we are talking about spillovers, where do they come from? We have to see that from the problem. The problem must be one that helps us to analyze that. So when spillovers come in, we should be able to trace them to what we identify. And that problem has to be a policy issue or a policy problem, not an academic problem. That is if the paper is meant for KIPRA consideration. But if it's for a journal, fine. Academic, you can retain the research gap, and that would be fine. So for the paper on smart cities, I guess this is actually purely a policy paper. It's purely a policy paper. So I'm a bit worried how it comes up, and also I agree with the Daktari that I think we have a bad habit of just putting in any recommendation without regard of the findings that we have. You look at findings and recommendations, there's a disparity. Findings, we put everything when even the objectives don't speak to some of the things in the recommendations. But we usually say that when you do research, there has to be a thread that connects all the sections of your paper. So if I read the introduction, I go to your literature, I go to methodology, results, and conclusion, there is something that cuts across. Once there's a disconnect, then it tells us that we have not done a very fine job. Again, maybe this is just a clue for those ones who will be presenting in conferences and so forth. When you have 10 minutes, because you can either be given 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. If you have 10 minutes, have 4 slides. I expected actually the presenters to have 4 slides. The first one, don't even go to the background. Tell us the problem. Start with the problem. Tell us the problem and objectives. Once we know your objectives, tell us how you will address the objectives. Forget about those things about literature, theories. Time has bound your hands, so you can't tell us much. Tell us your methodology. Once we know your methodology, tell us your results. What you found using that approach. Once you know your results, then tell us what you are recommending. You have 4 slides, and that will be a neat presentation. But when you take 8 minutes telling us background, and then you have 2 minutes going to literature review, so what are you doing? And we need you to spend more time on the results because that's your contribution to knowledge. If I leave this room and I saw your presentation, I should be able to carry one new thing that I've seen in your paper. So if you are not leaving me with that one thing that I'll walk out with, the 10 minutes actually wasted. Because research is about generating new knowledge and not repeating or replicating what already exists. It is coming up with new knowledge that helps us to come up with our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Any other person? Probably we have 2 minutes left for comments.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question on for Kennedy, the study on smart cities. Yeah, it looks like an interesting study, policy study, but most of the things are not clear. The objectives are still not clear. Similarly, the methods is not clear, and so at the end of the day, one wants to find out the investment attraction strategies. What are they? We are yet to find them out. We are yet to bring them out, and so I was even thinking of the idea that I think it would have been interesting and better if maybe you would have used a case study approach, a comparative study approach analysis, where maybe you're comparing what has been done in other places, in other countries, in terms of smart cities, the attraction aspect of it in terms of investment, and maybe you come up with a framework that you use to do a framework maybe that captures some elements for investment attraction, whereby maybe we want to find out investment attraction in one country compared to another. What have they put in place? What are they missing? What are they lacking? And so from that framework, we can gauge ourselves, Kenya, the Konza city, that this is what is available in other places and this is what we're missing. So at the end of the day, we're able to have some maybe better policy recommendation for that particular side. So that's what I just wanted to bring out in terms of the objective, the methodology not clear for that particular study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much to all the presenters and even the comments that have come so far. I think I'll also add a few comments on what colleagues have already raised, and they are more or less general comments. The first one is the issue of statistics on agricultural value chains. I think what is coming out clearly from all the studies is we have a challenge with statistics on agricultural value chains, those who have dealt with agricultural value chains. So I think I would really propose that among your recommendations, the need to encourage proper statistics on agricultural value chains, because I think most of us went to the field. Maybe you just visited a few farmers in the counties, but if we had proper agricultural value chain statistics, then that would have helped to even improve our analysis further. Then the second comment is on the analysis. Yeah, I think some of you have really tried. You've used the social accounting matrix or even CGE. I think that is good because it improves the analytical rigor of our papers. But I think for those studies that did not use any analysis, either CGE or SAM, I would really encourage that if you still have a window or an opportunity to incorporate either CGE or SAM, kindly do so, because some of the papers, it's like they are just largely descriptive. But if you can have some analytical backing to your paper, that will really help. Then the third comment is the issue of look at your value chain and how it contributes to the consumer price index, because for us in macro, usually when we are advising on issues around inflation, we advise on issues around CPI. So you can look at the weight of your commodity, the value chain you have analyzed, its contribution to the consumer price index, because that will be useful to the policy makers. Then I think the second last comment, these are just general comments for all the value chain papers. I think we've really been trying to encourage all of us, if possible, and for you to really bring in investors into your value chain. I know data is an issue, but if there is a way you can do, even if it's just a simple cost-benefit analysis, just to show them that this is the cost structure if you are to enter this value chain, but these are the benefits that you are likely to generate if you enter this value chain. So I think in line with that comment, if you talk of beans, like maybe Rose, I can just pick one random example, or even camel, I think we are not really adding value up to the last stage. Yeah, most of our commodities, we are just consuming them at the very raw level, like
that then you can analyze using whichever tool your objectives justify. So the question you asked about, must you use a model? You remember I told you it depends on your problem and the objectives you have. So it is not every value chain paper that will have a model or will have a quantitative whatever. But if your objectives speak to that, then I'll expect to see that. So I hope this one is helping some of you who I think were not there. But those who are there, I mentioned that if you have a model that is not linked to your objectives, we do away with the model. And so it will not be part of what you are doing, just to have a model for the sake that we are doing rigorous analytical work, which is not connected with the objectives and so forth. So I think I just wanted to speak to that, because I know most of the papers had that problem, and we discussed it. I know some are still having it, including maybe the one I found being presented. So it is considered case by case. It depends on what your problem is and what your objectives are. Yeah.
Thank you, Daktari, and all the other colleagues who have given comments. I'm giving Terence just 1 minute to give a comment.
Okay, my comment might go to Kennedy, the last presenter. I saw like the last slide was conclusion. Is that true? Yeah, so I think you need to give recommendations according to your study. I think that's other things have been talked about, especially the objectives were not very clear, and I could not see the problem that you are trying to solve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terence, and colleagues who have given the comments. And colleagues, I think you agree with me that we still have so many other papers that are on the pipeline and are ready to be presented. So probably let me just take 1 minute also to just highlight a few things that I've been able to notice from a paper presented by Mercy on the camel value chain. You've talked about, you've gone to the field, and probably there is a perception of camel milk having some medical aspects in it. So probably maybe if you're able to pick that as an issue, maybe that needs to come out clearly. And when you are talking about 93% of global, sorry, I think that was for another paper, sorry, okay, so to the paper by Ross, you've talked about the pulses, and the pulses, you have talked about other pulses. I think there are so many, beans included. You have excluded a few. So maybe you just need to give a justification on as to why you have decided to exclude those other ones. And I was talking about, and I think it's the paper by Mercy, let me just say it, maybe someone can pick it. You are talking about global exports of camel milk being covered by Tanzania 93% globally. And when you compare it with Kenya, when I was looking at the graphs, there was no really comparison between it with Kenya. Mainly the lessons that we are likely to pick as a country. Which lessons are we likely to pick as Kenya from Tanzania? So those were the few comments. And still, the session is not completely closed. You can please be able to draft your comment and send to Priscilla. You asked to kindly don't just ignore your comment. Please write it and then send it to Priscilla through her email. The email is pnjue@kipra.or.ke. pnjue@kipra.or.ke. So kindly you can still be able to send your comment to that email. And at this juncture, I would like us to end this session. We are requested to first go out for a cup of tea, then come back to the next session. Sorry.
Yeah, just before we break for tea, I've seen we still have about 15 papers, right? You said 15. How many? There are 10. So 5. Are you sure you'll have finished by close of business today? The 10. Because you are going for tea now, you'll come back at what time?
Tea, we can take 30 minutes. So meaning by 11:35 we are here.
You'll be back.
In the next 1 hour, the other 5 will be complete. And then we just finish. The other ones we can take them after lunch. That's another 1 hour. By 2, we should be done.
Yeah, but just a guide for the presenters so that we don't struggle with time. Your focus should be on 4 main areas. The remaining papers, when you come to present, and if you can want to restructure the first page you show us, let us see the problem you are dealing with. If you have no problem, then go to the next section. Now, once we know the problem and the objectives, take us to your methodology and explain it very well. Because methodology is aligned to the objectives. Objectives, yes. When you have objectives, the next question we ask is, how will you achieve those objectives? The how is the methodology. So, once we know the objectives, take us to methodology. Forget about theory, forget about literature review. Once we know your methodology is watertight, take us to the results that is aligned to your methodology. Once we know your results, then we can get your recommendations. And your results, let them follow your objectives. If your objective was to do something, I got this in the field, these are my findings, this is what I'm recommending, so that we see a thread that cuts across. So if you can restructure your slides and just focus on the 4. You will actually utilize the 10 minutes very well. I'm still worried about finishing on time. Today is the last day, and the last day usually we release people early to go for those who want to do shopping, some want to buy coconuts in Mombasa. So you don't want to keep Sophie here up to 7 p.m. So I hope we are not going to stretch beyond 4. Actually, we should even finish by 3 so that people can have some room. So that's why I even wanted to reduce the time to 5 minutes, so that if we go for tea and there will be time for lunch, it accounts for that difference. Can we agree we reduce the time, or you want to retain 10? Because if we retain 10, we shall leave here at 6 or at 5. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So 2 minutes per slide. If you have 4 slides, that should give us the whatever. So I think then we can proceed for tea. Thank you.
To the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one nationally. And so by so doing those products. For tea, internally we have not started valuing the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value and we sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder routes are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would pray to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder routes are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder runs are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because you know what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that, as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for powdering. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gathudi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition, whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, you know, the being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because, you know, what we do here, we do not only target the KARC to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that, as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hill Farm as one of, you know, those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hill Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good number, a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition, whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also, and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is flooded with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hill Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the flooding of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hill Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the KARC to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would plead to the government to chip in and make sure that, as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do, after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. For the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurt. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease. which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hill Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hill Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hill Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good number, a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started valuing the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gadudi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to variant. We sell both the raw milk and also we do variation whereby we make yogurt. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is flooded with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hill Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the flooding of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hill Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying,
members, I think we need to settle down.
So to get the products,
we're already late by 8 minutes, and our sessions will be taking actually 8 minutes as we discussed. We already gave a criteria on how it should be done.
What we do
once Silas sits down, we shall now continue.
In fact,
so who is starting off? Faith?
Because those are
Sharon?
We feel the church
Sophie, yes.
To support.
So Sophie will take 8 minutes, then who comes second?
To chip
it's
in
you.
And make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider
then who goes third?
One of those farms
third. And
that
fourth?
Support. And so they subsidize.
Fourth is who?
And
we want it to be seamless.
Sell to us exactly the
you are fourth.
Sell to
oh, you are fourth.
That will help us and boost us in a bigger way.
Okay. NATO. Okay. And fifth? Marcel. Okay. So I think you have handed over so that once somebody completes, another one comes in like that up to the end. So we allow the first presenter to go, and the others let us be attentive so that we can give good information, good feedback. Karibu.
Thank you. My name is Sophie Shitemi. My co-author is Washington Onyango. So we'll be presenting on the livestock value chain with a focus on the meat and hides and skins. So our topic was unlocking the potential of Kenya's livestock value chain for productivity, growth, and employment. Okay, I'll skip the introduction. So the main policy issue in the livestock value chain is the absence of strong functional cooperatives. And this is just to make sure that farmers are integrated into the formal markets. You'll find that most livestock farmers operate individually and making the livestock subsector very informal in terms of prices, which mostly comes, especially when dealing with brokers, you'll find that there is visual assessment rather than weighing of the livestock. So in this fragmented setting, the farmers are normally exploited and they receive very low prices, and they also become disconnected from processors and exporters. So we had two major objectives: to analyze the constraints along the value chain and to assess the economic potential of livestock value chain to enhance its productivity and contribution to employment. That's our theoretical framework. The slides are, okay, they are not moving well. Okay, so here we were looking at the status of the livestock value chain, production, employment, value addition, and exports. Okay, so the methodology, we used a mixed method approach. We combined both qualitative and quantitative approach. Objective 1, we did primary data from Kiambu and Nakuru counties, which were sampled through purposive sampling. For objective 2, we were analyzing productivity in the livestock value chain. We used the total factor productivity, which was output over inputs, and data from that was sourced from KNBS. And then for objective 2, for contribution to employment, we used CGE to estimate the employment potential in the value sector. This is the value chain conceptualization, and this one is drawn from the social accounting matrix. The backward linkages represents the institution, or rather the farms, that help in livestock production. Then forward linkages are linked to livestock production, and then we have the support services. Then for the findings, objective 1, to identify the constraints. At the input stage, we found that there is high cost of livestock feeds, and veterinary inputs are a major concern. Although the county government and the national government are really trying on this, the high costs really disadvantage the farmers from accessing the services. You'll find that makes the penetration to be a bit low. And then climate variability was a very major challenge, which caused unavailability of pasture and water. And some farmers also complain that during this time, you'll see that some livestock are coming in from Tanzania and Somalia to be sold in the Kenyan market. And then also access to extension services was limited and also was quite high. And this involved adoption of improved breeds. And the major supplier is KARC. And I think there is need for, the major supplier is KARC. Their prices are a bit high. Then compliance to veterinary and public regulations was necessary. You'll find that there are a lot of licenses required for the abattoirs. Then price determination was largely informal, especially when dealing with brokers. It was majorly based on visual assessment rather than using standardized weights. And then the other problem we saw was the absence of strong livestock cooperatives, which limits farmers' bargaining power. They mostly don't have a say in things such as transactions and prices. So for productivity, we use total factor productivity. The results are as follows from 2017 to 2024. We can see it is almost stagnant. There is no really much growth. And this I think the average is 1.46. It represents a basic level of efficiency, which shows that the livestock sector is largely input-driven rather than process-driven. So the CGE results on employment, we used a shock of 5% on livestock growth, and the justification for using 5% was because the average growth between 2020 and 2024 for the livestock was about 3%. So we are estimating that between 2027 to 2030, the growth will be 5%. So from this, we can see that the backward linkages, the employment in the backward linkages will grow more than those in the forward linkages, meaning the livestock value chain offers employment largely in the informal sectors rather than in the formal sectors, which are the processing and so on, the value addition. Then for our recommendations, we are suggesting that they lower or they subsidize the veterinary costs and also the breeding costs for climate resilient breeds. We are also suggesting that the Department of Livestock does public-private partnership to ensure upgrading of hides and skins to meet international standards. From our data, we found that most of the raw the hides and skins, they are exported in raw form rather than being processed into leather. And also the exports for leather has really reduced in the past 5 years. So we are suggesting that the hides and skins need to be included maybe in the tertiary institutions to upgrade skills for that. We are also suggesting to strengthen the livestock producer cooperatives, which will improve farmers' bargaining power, and this will also incentivize them to sell their livestock. That will bring more livestock into the formal market for more processing and value addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Temi. Let us reserve our comments and any observations. We move to the second person.
Good morning. My name is Faith Ngeiwa. We're going to be presenting our policy paper with my co-author, Peter Katana. So our topic is on transforming Kenya's mango value chain for inclusive growth and competitiveness. So maybe just to touch on the title a bit is that the inclusiveness is where we're looking at all the stakeholders within the mango value chain. And we're trying to see how that transformation in this specific value chain will be able to have a more inclusive growth. And then on the competitive angle is where we're looking at how Kenya, in terms of the mango value chain, is performing mostly globally. So straight to our policy issue. So despite Kenya having a strong production base and favorable ecological condition, effective planning, policy planning and strategic investment in the country is quite constrained. And some of the issues that bring about that there's insufficient information on value chain organization, the governance arrangements, the value distribution, where among the nodes we have within the value chain, the productivity, performance, employment potential, and the market competitiveness. So this is what advised us to now go to the field and try and see what the stakeholders within the mango value chain were doing and how we can get more information to advance policies in this area. So these limitations, essentially, why this is an issue, they limit our possibility of having targeted interventions, because you realize when you're putting investments in this kind of value chain, you need to know where these areas are. So our study was, the purpose of it was to go and then try and identify where these areas we're going to have these targeted interventions. So we had 2 objectives. One was on mapping the mango value chain to analyze the actor linkages, governance structure, the value capture, and the economic potential within the mango value chain. And then the second objective was on the economic potential of the value chain, with a focus mostly on productivity and their competitiveness. So this is our methodology. So having the 2 objectives, we used an integrated value chain approach framework where we are trying to look at now the indicators that we have within the 2 objectives, which were on the value chain mapping. We're looking at now the actor linkages within the value chain mapping, the governance structures within that value chain, the coordination mechanism, how are the actors coordinating within that value chain. And then we went further and looked at the value capture issues, where we're looking at the share. We had a very good information, or we have good information on how there's value within that structure, so that we're able to see who are the ones who are gaining more from the value chain, and who are the ones maybe that need to have more interventions targeted towards improving that. And on the employment potential, we also looked at how the employment structure was. Was it seasonal, permanent? Because you see, as of now, mango production is a seasonal horticultural activity. So you find that there's a bit of seasonality depending on the production of mangoes. So that was on that. And then on the competitive assessment, we looked at the productivity indicators. Our main focus was on the mango yield per acre. I'll discuss more on that, and also comparison globally with people who are performing very well in that area. Then on the export indicators, we looked at mango unit export price, mostly because it's on a global perspective where we're looking at the micro level. We tried to, we were comparing it in the value of mango per kg against the USD, because that's the globally used currency when you're doing what do you call it, when you in the export market. So we'll also try and see how that and where we are placed globally. So this is where emphasis on the results and discussion. Value chain actors, there's the input stage where we have the input supply at that stage. And then second is the production stage where we have the farmers. Now something to note within our value chain that we've identified is that there are two forms of channels. There's the informal channel and also the formal channel. So the informal is where we have brokers who are coming in after the farmers. So they are buying the farmers directly, the mangoes directly from the farmers. And the formal channel is where now the farmers are coming together to form cooperatives, which now essentially means that now they're able to market and export their products in a more formal channel. So this is the mapping we got from there, the value chain mapping. So on the first node, which is the input supply stage, the actors there are, as I said, the nurseries, the public institutions, where we have, and the cooperatives, where there's, we found out that there are very few nurseries. In fact, some counties lack registered, certified nurseries, which are able to give quality seedlings for production. So the governance structures there looks like now the government agency, the private firm, who are working together to supply inputs and support farmers so they're able to have proper seedlings for production. So the challenges within that node was basically limited certified seedlings, as I've said, because there are very few registered nurseries. There's high agrochemical costs because farmers are unable to pay for some of these things, especially the chemicals that are required in the farms. And then the extension services from the government, where the farmers are able to understand or know what is supposed to be done in terms of the input stage, is also limited. For the production stage, this is where now we have the cultivation and the production of the mangoes. The actors there are the farmers, the cooperatives, the research regulators, county governments. And this is where a county there's a county that we visited where you find that they have even organized cooperatives which are sourcing directly from the farmers, which we found from our research. So in that sense, you find that when the channels are very formal, there is effective governance within that stage. So you find that the production is doing quite well. But now the challenge is there. Most counties in Kenya have poor management of that process. Of course, most of them don't have access to pests and diseases, and they have limited issues like for irrigation. Because some of the areas are quite dry, it becomes hard for them to actually continuously grow the mangoes past the seasonal periods that are there. Then on the aggregation stage, the actors are agribusiness farms, the farmer cooperatives, brokers. Here is where we have very few aggregation centers established by the government or private sector because they require cold chain facilities. So that's a challenge we found within that node. For the processing, here also the government mostly is the biggest player and some regulators, so there's still infrastructure gaps in terms of how this mango is processed into either puree, or we found out they also do jam, mango chips. So there's also inconsistent raw supply material where the mangoes are not enough to even do the processing of some of these products. For marketing and export, mostly here the players were the exporters, the regulators like HCD, CAFIS, and the governance structure here looked like export activities which are governed through certification and regulations by those bodies. So here you find that there were challenges in terms of meeting compliance, especially within the international market. Now, for the second part of that same first objective on value chain mapping, we're looking at the value chain analysis. So the formal channel, just a quick one, the three actors we had, the farmers, the cooperatives, and the exporters. I wish you could see the section with the value share capture, but maybe I can move forward, we can have that. But in summary, we found that the farmers are able to have a better value share, meaning they're able to have more they're able to gain more from having a formal channel as opposed to having an informal channel. And reason being, the brokers are taking advantage of the farmers as opposed to where we have the cooperatives. So it's advisable that most farmers use the formal channel. So this is a summary. Look at the farmer share, where the informal channel is 4.9%, but for the formal is in 4.9, but the informal one is 2.4. So already you see that the formal channel is a better way of the farmers, taking their production too. And of course it cascades down, so everybody gets a better share within the value share. So this is also, we did the same thing for mango, the dried mango. So this was the fresh mango, this one. Then this is for the dried mango, because we found that another value addition they do is on dried mango, mostly in the counties we visited. And also the same thing, the value share is better when they are more structured, because for dried mango, they only have a formal channel as opposed to the other one. So, of course, farmers are getting better from this process. The economic potential, we found that off-peak season, only 3 workers are onboarded. Peak season, 25. So what we found from our results is that if the interventions to increase the number of processing farms, we would have a more of year-round jobs in terms of the subsector of the mango. So that is a potential where if we can invest more in that area, we can have the employment potentiality go up. Productivity, just to also summarize, countries like Malawi are doing better. We have, in fact, our acreage is more, but our production level is lower than Malawi. So Malawi have better interventions in terms of how they are maximizing on the acreage of land they have. So it looks like they're having certified seedlings, nurseries, they're having more targeted intervention that targets the farmer to ensure that there's increased productivity. So Malawi was a good benchmark as opposed to most of the other countries. For export competitiveness, as I had said, we're looking at the USD per kg for the mango value chain. So you find that countries like Cambodia, they're getting 3.3 USD per 1 kg, as we're getting 1.1. So what they were doing is that you find that they have better global agricultural practices, which are geared, which of course fetch them better markets. And also as we centralize our markets to the Gulf markets, so if we're able to diversify and look at other markets, we'll definitely be able to get a better bargaining power when we are looking at when we are exporting the mangoes. Yeah, so maybe I'll just be brief because I've touched on this. So these are our policy recommendations, especially on each node, on productivity, on the input stage, production, aggregation, where basically, in summary, it looks like now, like for the example, as I had mentioned, going more on the formal channel as opposed to the informal channel. And then increasing the capacity, especially on the aggregation center, looking at how we can develop aggregation centers so that we are able to store mangoes for a longer period, so that we're able to have a longer processing period for the mangoes, and obviously better returns for the farmers. So basically that's how we addressed our paper. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Faith. Let us still reserve our comments, but be ready to talk when time comes. Who is third? Is it you, Neto? Okay, it will be Nato.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, welcome to our paper presentation on global value chain participation, trade facilitation, and effect on trade balance in Kenya. So this is a paper by Nato, Muniu, and Nderitu. So, I don't know who is, how do you, okay. So the motivation and the problem for this study is that countries need to focus also not just on the domestic value chains, but they need to focus also on the global value chains. So global value chains is a situation where a country, at least one stage of its production process is done within its borders, but also other stages are done outside the borders. So we have those two types of global value chain participation. It can either be backward or forward. So backward is a situation where the country imports a particular commodity from another country, which is used as an input in one of its production processes, which then it finishes and then exports that commodity. But forward global value chain is a situation where when the country exports its goods, those are not the finished goods, but actually they are used as inputs in another country now to prepare the final good. So participation in global value chains is very important for any country. When you talk of job creation, when you talk of export promotion, when you talk of even improving GDP, incomes, and so on. So there are a lot of benefits for any country to consider having its firms participating in global value chains. So what is the problem that this study is trying to address? Based on research at KIPRA and also what was mentioned in the opening session of the workshop yesterday, Kenyan firms are not active in global value chains. For example, only approximately 18.6% of our firms are actually participating. Only 18.6% are participating in value chains. So that is a situation that we need to rectify so that we see more firms participating. And this is a study by Wanjala and Abdullahi. So, yes, so what were the objectives of the study? So basically in this study, we are trying to understand the role of Kenya's participation in global value chains in the performance of its external trade. So specifically, we have two objectives that we are trying to address. First of all, the study will assess the effects of Kenya's participation in global value chains on the trade balance of Kenya. Then the second objective, we seek to understand the role of trade facilitation measures on Kenya's participation in global value chains. So this is what the study was set out to bring on board. So in terms of the methodology and the model specification, so because we have two objectives, then we have two model specifications. The first one is the trade balance of Kenya is a function of backward GVC participation, forward GVC participation, and a set of other control variables. Specifically, we look at the exchange rate, we look at the trade openness of the country, infrastructure, and so on. So that will be the first. That will actually be the first model that we shall be estimating in the study. And then the second model that we shall be estimating, we now want to model GVC participation. So based on both theory and various studies done before, participation in global value chains is a function of, so the one we really want to amplify is trade facilitation. But we acknowledge that trade facilitation alone will not help us participate more. We have other control variables. So here we focus on foreign direct investment because it can help us also to participate more, our level of infrastructure, and also our level of industrialization. Then this is not a model, but it's just what we call an identity. GVC participation is basically a summation of the foreign value added plus the domestic value added. and both of them, we deflate them or we divide them by the gross exports. So that is a common identity when it comes to GVCs. So we now go to, oh sorry, this is a very poor table, but basically our dependent variable will be, so we have two dependent variables. The first model will have trade balance as the dependent variable, and then the second model will have GVC participation as the dependent variable. So GVC participation has those two, both backward, which is measured by the foreign value added, and also the forward participation, which is measured by the domestic value added. And then the summation of those two now gives you the total GVC participation, which the paper is trying to model. Then the trade facilitation variables, we have on infrastructure, we have tarmac roads, telephone connections, train freight, and credit to the private sector. And then we have a host of other control variables, which we feel also determine both trade facilitation and also GVC participation, like trade openness, exchange rate, FDI, export diversification, among others. So the main source of data for our study was UNCTAD. So UNCTAD, they have a database called MRIO, so MRIO and the KNBS, and as well as other sources of data. So now let's look at the first objective, which was to determine the impact of Kenya's participation in global value chains on our trade balance as a country. So here we modeled three different models. The first one models the overall global value chain. The second one models backward participation in the global value chains. And then the third model, now this one models the forward participation in global value chains. So we are trying to assess how do these variables impact on our trade balance. So the dependent variable is trade balance. And from the results, I think you'll appreciate that the exchange rate is really a key variable when it comes to basically all the forms of global value chain participation, as you can see. And the main reason why exchange rate is a key variable is because, as you know, Kenya is really a net importing country. So we rarely export, we rarely import commodities so that we use them to produce final goods. But actually, we export raw materials, and those raw materials are now used as inputs in the production of other goods and services. So that's why the exchange rate seems to cut across most of the models, being statistically significant at 1%, but also the extent of export diversification and forward participation in global value chains were statistically significant when it came to our forward participation. So I think the main result or the main conclusion here is that the exchange rate is really a key variable when it comes to participation in global value chains. So that was the first model. Then we now move to the second model. Is it moving? Is it here or here? Okay. So this is our second objective. Our second objective, we sought out to understand now for us to participate in global value chains, how can trade facilitation measures, because the government normally undertakes various trade facilitation measures aimed at promoting participation in global value chains. So the main result here is to understand how do those trade facilitation measures support participation in GVC. And as you can see, we also included a few other control variables, because these ones also determine participation like foreign direct investment, export diversification, industrialization, and so on, and the quality of our infrastructure measured by train freight, telephone, and tarmac roads. So as you can see from these results, for example, industrialization was very key when it comes now to participation in global value chains, and the level of our infrastructure, in this case, measured by tarmac roads, for example. So what these results are communicating is that for us as a country to participate more effectively or to improve our participation in the global value chains, we need to take industrialization quite seriously, okay, as you can see. And then also the level of our infrastructure needs to be enhanced. For example, we are just proxying it, for example, by tarmac roads, because that enhances connectivity. And then other supporting or enabling variables like credit to the private sector can be key, because they get access to finance, which can then enable them to participate. Because what we realized was that for many firms, financing was a big problem, or the biggest constraint for them to participate in global value chains. So these ones give us results that have important policy implications. So therefore, in conclusion, GVC participation, particularly forward, and you remember what forward was, it was where we export our products, which are used as inputs for further processing in other countries. But this one harms our trade balance. So this one is an indication that Kenya's integration into global production networks is largely characterized by low value addition. We rarely add value to most of our products, and then we have a very high reliance on imported intermediate goods. So because of that, these ones limit the gains that we can have as a country from participating in global value chains, and even that constrains our ability to improve our trade position. So therefore, the concluding message here is that trade facilitation factors, they play a critical role in enhancing facilitation, especially improvements in physical infrastructure, also expansion of the communication networks, as well as greater access to private sector credit. So all those factors can be critical enablers for the country to integrate its domestic firms in global value chains. So therefore, our recommendations are 3. Yeah, we basically make 3 or 4. So Ministry of Roads should sustain strategic investments in transport infrastructure, because without proper infrastructure, your ability to participate effectively in value chains becomes constrained. Then for the Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy, they need to continue sustaining efforts at strengthening digital and communication infrastructure, because GVC is all about communication, yeah? What is happening, what is not happening. Then finally, for the Ministry of Investment, Trade, Industry, they need to focus more on agro-processing. As we saw, industrialization was key, so upgrading manufacturing, and generally just engaging in activities towards more value addition for all our, like all the products that have been presented in this forum here. Then finally, for CBK, they need to continue ensuring access to credit, especially to firms that engage in export and value addition sectors will be key, as well as just maintaining stability or competitiveness of our exchange rate. Yeah. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nato. We appreciate your work. Who is next? Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pico Tirono, and I'll be presenting our paper, which is on the strengthening of the Kenya's macadamia value chain for enhanced productivity and job creation. This is a case study that is based on Meru and Embu counties. My co-author is Regan Mwanyungu. Okay. So our outline is as follows. We have the introduction, policy problem, objectives, the theoretical literature, empirical literature, and methodology, findings, conclusion, and recommendations. So I'll just touch on the introduction for a bit before I get into the policy issue. So we realized that the macadamia crop, which has a maturity period of 45 years, originated from Australia and was first introduced to the central regions of Kenya because they have good agroecological conditions that support the growth of macadamia. So macadamia has become a high-value crop in the global horticultural sector, and this growth in demand for the value can be drawn from the constant growth in demand for the premium edible nuts, the plant-based oils, confectionery inputs, and cosmetic ingredients, and also the it's a health-driven food product. So over the years, macadamia has transitioned from being a luxury commodity to a mainstream high-value agricultural product, and that is because of the rising consumer incomes, the rising health-conscious dietary trends, and also an expansion in the agro-processing industries. Sorry.
As you do that, remember you only have 8 minutes, and we had said this is not important.
Okay. So Kenya produces nearly 20% of the global demand for the macadamia nut. That is in accordance to KNBS report of 2025. Kenya also ranks third after Australia and South Africa and has a 13% market share in kernel basis. It's not responding. Where am I supposed to point? Okay, so compared to other African countries, Kenya's growing growth of...
I think you are not here when we're explaining this. We said this is not important. Just go to the objectives and then...
Okay.
And then your findings, yeah.
I was building up to that. Okay. So under the problem statement, under the background, we have indicated that Kenya is among the leading global producers of macadamia nuts and is supported by favorable agroecological conditions and the increasing global demand and government interventions which are aimed at strengthening the sector. However, the value chain continues to face structural inefficiencies, including the low levels of value addition, price volatility at the farm level, and limited market diversification. Therefore, Kenya's macadamia value chain has not fully realized its economic potential. So that is the problem that we wish to discuss in this paper. Okay. I think I've pressed. So on to our objectives, we have two main objectives. One of them is to explore the value chain map of the macadamia farming in Kenya and to assess the economic potential of the macadamia farming in Kenya. Okay, so those figures explains the trends and the status of macadamia farming here in Kenya, so I'll just skip them. So under the methodology, we adopted a mixed method approach where we combined qualitative and quantitative research, quantitative data, and the data type that we used, primary and secondary data. The primary data we collected through cross-sectional design, and also obtained the same data through surveys and KII's interviews from Meru and Embu counties. So our target sample included farmers, processors, county agricultural officers, and AFA officials. And through a purposive sampling method, we were able to collect data from 46 respondents, which included 35 farmers, 8 processors, and 3 county agricultural officers. The secondary data we obtained from KNBS reports, AFA Yearbook of Statistics, the World Bank Group, and the International Nut and Dried Food Council. So some of our variables include farm size, yield, value, and job creation. And these variables were measured using hectares, kilograms per acre, the Kenyan shillings, and the number of employees, respectively. So on to our results and findings. We were able to map the macadamia value chain as follows. So we have the input supply, and which goes into primary production, then to aggregation, and then to processing, marketing, and to the final markets, which is consumption. So under the input supply, this is where actors, including the local nurseries, processors, county governments, NGOs, and the farmers themselves produce the seedlings for use for the macadamia.
2 minutes remaining.
This phase, this stage is constrained by a limited access to quality inputs, weak extension coverage, and inadequate farmer support systems. It is also constrained by where most farmers do not use productivity enhancing inputs such as fertilizers, reflecting a low input intensification across the sector. Additionally, also, most farmers reported reliance on traditional farming practices, which hampers the level of production that they get from their farms. There's also uneven access to extension services, where 37% of the farmers received training and 63% had received limited to no access to extension support. So this limits the adoption of improved agronomic practices, which goes into impacting the level of production of the macadamia. Under production, production is dominated by the smallholder farmers, where most of the farmers reported to plant 5 to 200 trees. Also, we gathered that 99% of the farmers grow grafted macadamia, which is high yielding. And the findings also showed that there is significant variability in the output levels across the farmers, with seasonal harvests ranging widely. Also, as I had earlier indicated, there is uneven access to extension services. And the pie chart to the right is an illustration of the uneven access to the extension services.
Kindly wind up, time is up.
Okay, so there's also low adoption of modern agronomic practices. So under aggregation, we gathered that the stage is characterized by weak coordination and infrastructural constraints, where there's poor rural road networks, there's a lack of structured aggregation systems such as cooperatives, and there's also theft of macadamia nuts at the farm level or during transit. Under processing,
We go to your time is up.
let me go to the...
Just before we broke for tea, we said you shorten your slides and take us to 4 areas. So don't read everything for us.
Okay.
When your time is up, you stop.
Let me go to the recommendations.
Should speak to the other presentations. Yeah. If you come in and you are not here before tea, ask the ones who are here for tea how we agreed we shall organize the presentations to make effective use of the little time we have.
Okay, so on to the recommendations. We had 6 recommendations, one of them being the Ministry of Agriculture, AFA, and the county governments should strengthen extension services delivery by deploying advisory platforms and scaling farmer training programs. Secondly, the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, AFA, and Can Invest to provide fiscal incentives and to enforce restrictions on the raw nut exports where applicable. On to the third recommendation, we are saying that the county governments, AFA, Ministry of Cooperatives should strengthen structured marketing systems and farmer integrations by supporting formation and capacity building of cooperatives. On the fourth, we have the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Development. The county governments and KARC should expand production into suitable regions while improving productivity in established areas by promoting certified seedlings. And the fifth one is that the county governments and the National Police Service should curb theft and improve compliance within the macadamia value chain by strengthening enforcement mechanisms. And lastly, we are recommending that MITI, which is the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, AFA, and county governments, should enhance employment creation by encouraging value addition at the downstream activities rather than relying solely on the farm level growth. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Waswa Marceline is my name, and my co-author is Purity Kanja. We are dealing with the sugarcane value chain. So we are unlocking opportunities for enhanced job creation, farmer incomes, and sustainable growth. So our policy problem is the production consumption parity gap that we have in the sugarcane industry. We are a net importer of sugar, so that is our policy issue. So the Kenya sugarcane sector performance, you can see the area under cane is 46%. The area harvested is from 2020 to 2024, it rose by 50%, and the total production rose by 36%. But when you see this figure overall, the area under cane, area harvested, and total production, they all rose, but the average yield was stable. So what does this mean? This means that we have to enhance our agronomic practices to keep up with the production. On trade performance, I've said we are a net importer. So from 2020 to 2024, you can see our total imports and total exports. So our average imports were 427.4 tons, which exceeded imports. If you compare imports and export, it exceeded by 679 times in 2024. So these are our 3 objectives: to map the sugarcane value chain, to identify the institutional and operational factors that influence this persistent national production consumption deficit, and to quantify the economic potential of the sugarcane sector on smallholder farmers. So our methodology, we had a mixed methods, combining both quantitative and qualitative, value chain mapping, multi-stage cluster sampling designed to select respondents for the qualitative component of the research, and the Cobb-Douglas production function linearized through natural logarithms. So we had a few data limitations. We had a limited farmer sample, incomplete farm records, restricted industry data, policy transition effects, and structural break in the data. So currently, from 2001 to 2004, from 2001 we had one policy for the sugarcane industry. So we had a big shift in 2024. Now we have a Kenya Sugar Act 2024. So that is the key consideration in the data limitations. So, and our first objective intertwined with the second, the sugarcane value chain, we have upstream, midstream, and downstream. So upstream, we have inputs and production. So inputs, we have research done by KARC, and input supply, we have like fertilizers, agrochemicals. Then on-farm production is the actual farming of the sugarcane. Midstream, we have operations and processing. That is after on-farm production, we have logistics, where the cane is transported to the millers. Then we have actual processing and milling. Then after the actual processing and milling, we have value addition and byproducts. Then at downstream, we have the markets and consumers, where we have distribution and the marketing of the final product, which is sugar and others. And imports, the supply buffer, because I've said Kenya is a net importer. So, and some of the constraints, when we look at research and development, KARC does research here in Mombasa. Currently they have research and they have seed cane down 12 to 14 months, down from 18. Previously it was 18 to 24 months. Now it's 12 to 14, which is a plus. But the constraint is haijafikia mwananchi. Input supply, we have high costs of these inputs, such that the farmers, they will only buy for the first tilling of the land, they will only buy the first seed cane. After that, they will do what is called ratoon cropping. So wakivuna ya kwanza, the 6 to 7 years, they will be using the same cane to plant their sugar cane, which is called ratoon cropping. So, and this one sometimes inapunguza mazao. Then on farm production, in Kenya we have nuclears and outgrowers. So nuclears is the farms for the companies, and outgrowers is for like you and me. We can be farmers. In the 2 counties that I went to, one, they rely on both nuclears and outgrowers, but in the other counties, 100%, they depend on these other farmers. Harvesting and logistics. Logistics is primarily 100% done by the millers. After you're ready with your harvest, they have a digitized extension services. So when you plant your crop, they have digitized extension services where they go with you through, they take you through every step, which is a plus. Then the processing and milling, in 2020, last year, we had a major shift. The 4 state millers, they were leased to private investors. So right now they are doing transition, they are upgrading their machinery, and we are hoping that production, we will beat this production consumption gap. Value addition in our, currently we are not doing any value addition. By value addition, we mean by milling sugarcane, we can get many byproducts. It's only one miller in Kakamega that is producing ethanol. And as we speak, they are making a distillery farm. And they are also co-generating electricity. So with these other millers, if they can co-generate electricity, they can produce molasses, they can do this, they can produce bagasse, they could earn through the byproducts of sugarcane.
2 minutes remaining.
Then we have distribution and imports. So, and the key enablers of this value chain, the policy regulation I've mentioned about the Sugar Act of 2024. This Sugar Act brought about KSB, the Kenya Sugar Board, which produces oversight. Then we have infrastructure, which these are the rural roads. That was among the constraints. There are poor feeder roads for transportation of this sugarcane. Then financing and investment, there are no cooperatives, there are no sugar cooperatives, so there are no way farmers can get these maybe finances. Then research and extension, there are research that KARC is doing, then and partnership. So the overall impact of this will high productivity, higher incomes and jobs, industry competitiveness, and sustainability. So we also determined the smallholder farmer incomes from sugarcane production. So we had capital, land, duration, seed cane, and so from this finding, from what I have explained from the value chain and its constraints, it affirmed that capital, land, duration, and seed canes, they were significant. They were significant with an R squared of 0.997, indicating that 99.77% of the variation in farmer income was explained by the included explanatory variables. Like for instance, capital, it was positive and statistically significant effect on the farmer income.
1 minute.
So from the diagrams that I explained before, we saw that while Kenya expanded the sugarcane acreage by 46%, it increased in production by 38%, and the yields, I think I explained this one before. Then what came out from our fieldwork, there are emerging trends in the sugarcane sector. First, the COMESA, we had COMESA, we could only import from COMESA regions, but by late last year, the COMESA was lifted. So it is up to our sugar mills to be competitive, because even if you have the credentials right now, unaweza tuletea sukari. Then there was another introduction in the Sugar Act 2024. There's a quality-based cane payment system. Right now, when you bring sugar to my Amila, you are not paid with tonnage, you are paid on sucrose content. So that is an emerging trend. Then the new policy also brought about a sugar development levy. And we also have an ISO certification. Kenya chairs the ISO certification, so they could also use this position. And lastly, I had strategic recommendations, like for the national government, they could work together with KRA and KSB to have a linked digital interference with every bag imported. Then the county governments, there's an issue of the feeder roads that I mentioned. So they should just, previously, the cess was collected by the millers, but currently the cess is collected by the county governments. Then the sugar industry also have a Miwa Bora app, and it's not linked with the county government, so they could. Then the Kenya Sugar Board, with the ISO chairmanship, they could leverage that one. Then on the KARC, on the
now,
research.
You need to stop because your time is up.
So yeah, so that is my presentation. Thank you.
Yes, time is limited. Was that the last one before we start comments? Yeah. Okay. Now, who goes first? And it will take 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, mine is brief. First is on the last presentation. I heard you when you are doing your conclusion, you said that the land is significant determinant, and your p-value was 0.3. So I don't think if they tally with your conclusion. And there was also another variable with a p-value of 0.052. Both of them, they are insignificant. For the presenter before Pikoti, your recommendations noted that 3 of them try to explain one of the objectives. I think you could reduce them to one recommendation addressing to at least one recommendation addressing that objective, because they are similar. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think mine will be very specific. Now, the livestock value chain, you need to refine your problem. You say the problem is the absence of a framework for cooperatives to operate. But you see, if that is your problem, you don't need to do a value chain analysis. You just need to get in to understand what factors constrained the functioning or the working of cooperatives in livestock. So the problem, if you're doing a value chain analysis, has to be value chain specific. And I think I've repeated that several times. So you have a problem, but it does not speak to value chains. It speaks to the functioning of cooperatives. So you can do a study on cooperatives without necessarily getting into value chain. So it is not just any problem you have that gives you the green light to do value chain work. And again, when you look at that and look at the objectives, there's a disconnect. Because you go and talk about potential total factor productivity and so forth. So you can see there's a disconnect between even that problem you have and the objectives that you have stated there. Now, but the mango value chain, I think you picked a lot of the comments I gave at the earlier stages. Your problem has improved, and that is good. I see you cleaned up the objectives, and I must repeat this, and this question was asked by YPs. Can I have a study which has just one objective? I told them yes. It depends on your problem. If you have a problem that requires one objective, that can be a study. And so I saw many of them when we were trying to tell them to refine the objectives to reduce to 2. They found it very difficult. In fact, they were saying, now how can I just remain only with 2 objectives? But 2 objectives is a study. One objective can be a study, and a very good study. So it is not a must that you have 3 objectives or 4 or 5 to say that you are doing a serious study. Yeah, and then I think on the livestock, I forgot this. When you have to do a value chain analysis, and I have repeated this many times, when you map the value chain, your analysis will follow the stages of the value chain. So that once we make our recommendations, they must be able to unlock the challenges that we have at every stage of the value chain. And then NATO, I think the big problem for you is the problem. You are doing GVC, trade balance, and trade facilitation. Now that means your problem must bring out the 3 concepts. One, the global value chains, trade balance, I think it is trade balance, and participation, I think, no, you call it trade facilitation. But when you look at the problem you have, you are saying the problem is actually low participation of Kenyan farms in global value chains. Now, when the participation of Kenyan farms is low in global value chains as your problem, why do I need to look at the trade balance? Why do I need to look at trade facilitation? So your problem does not speak to the objectives that you have. And so your problem will need to be refined so that it is consistent with whatever. And you can see the same problem is what the YPs had. Once you have too many concepts in your study that are not linked to the problem, you end up having too many methodologies to answer to respond to objectives which we have that are not properly aligned. Of course, I struggle to understand your dependent variables in your modeling, whether they are micro. Micro means they start with per product, and whether they have specific minimum and maximum values. Now, usually when we use data, and that is the fact, it tells us whether we are going to use a linear regression or we are going to use modified linear, which are either Tobit and so forth, because of the what we call truncated values or whatever. So you didn't tell us how they look like, so we couldn't see how that one comes out. Now, macadamia, I think your problem, is coming up well, and I think you did present at the earlier stages, and we made some observations. Yeah, but you need to refine a lot of your issues. Just like I said, if it is value chain, then try to help us understand the value chain. I know most of you had a problem that when it comes to your background, you give us figures on competitiveness, total factor, what we call productivity. Then you go to findings, again, you give us the same things. And I was asking you, if we already know productivity in your background, why do we need to have it again in your findings? So I think we need to be clear. And then the other aspect was whether you tell us in your methodology, you did even, stratified sampling and so forth, and you ended up with 47. So somebody imagines this is a very serious methodological approach you have used. But then you go to results, there's nothing from the field. Nothing completely. You start giving us secondary data. So why do you tell us that you went to the field? And then when it comes to results, we don't see results that came from the field. And I said that if you have results from the field, then actually your chapter, I think which is supposed to be a chapter, section 4 of your paper, should actually be those results, which is a case study of the two counties that you got data. Sugarcane, I think you still have a problem. Sugarcane, you have a problem. And determinants of farmer income in a value chain. When you look at value chains speak to three main things. They speak to how value is created. They speak to jobs. They also speak to productivity, and they speak to competitiveness. So when you start looking at incomes, and you are avoiding the most important things we need to see in the value chain. So what are we, and it's because you don't even have a clear problem, so you can model income, farmers' incomes, at the aggregate level. So you see a regression comes in, which is not hinged on anything. It's just hinged on gas. So I think you need to refine that, but because this is value chain work, you told us you visited 2 counties. We need to see those stages and the challenges you found in the field, because you cannot have a methodology that tells us you went to, I think, is it Migori and where? And then we reach results, we don't see anything. We are now using secondary data at the national level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have much, but from the global value chain, one aspect that you looked at to proxy or infrastructure was tarmac roads. I was wondering if you can also consider ownership of vessels. I know that in Kenya we have that as a big issue in terms of freight movement, in that other nations that have been tapping the global value chain, they have tried to own at least one vessel. I know Ethiopia is one example that, although it is not tapping into the Indian Ocean, but it has its own vessel that is leasing out, so it makes its participation easier in terms of cost, because an element of cost is one also that brings an issue to participation in global value chain. And then the sugarcane study, I think you rightly put it that we are now moving from cost, as in farmers are not being paid per ton, but according to sucrose content. The only issue maybe I think your paper will also bring out is the variety of sugarcane that the farmers are growing. we need to understand which are these varieties that maybe they have high sucrose content, so that and also look into in terms of research, if KARC or other seed producing ventures in the country, they have that capacity to produce that sugarcane that has high sucrose content, so that the farmers can benefit when they do plant that. Now they'll get high yields, and that will translate into high incomes and even their productivity. So those are some of the comments I have for those two. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think those are good comments, but as it has already been said, and we also said it earlier, that when, for instance, you have visited 1, 2, 3, whichever counties, also tell us more on what you found in comparison to the other and what can be encouraging. For instance, what was in Kiambu that could be replicated in Nakuru, or what can make the country to transform even better. And for sugar, if you visited the counties or factories and there was restricted data, then how did you conclude? Which data did you depend on? Or which assistance did you look for and you were unable to get? So eventually, how does that count? Maybe those are some of the things that you need to look at when you're looking at sugar and such like, among others. Also, liaise with the other people who are also vast in the areas of your study, so that it can also shape what you are doing in your research. If there is no other comment, we are really endangered with our time. I want to think that we should break for lunch and come at exactly 2. We still have how many? 6. We can do 2 now. It's already 1. And we are not alone. We have other groups, isn't it? So what do you conclude? We continue? Okay, so we have how many? 2, so that we have 4 remaining. We have 6, eh? So if we can do now, we can do 2, we shall remain with 4, which we can finish after lunch. Isn't it? Consensus. So who will go first? 8 English minutes. So who is that? Oh, you're there. Okay. And be happy. Be happy. This is research. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Ikua. I'll be presenting a paper on strengthening Kenya's banana value chain for enhanced productivity and competitiveness. My co-author is Hassan Nur Mohammed, who has just stepped out of the room. So I won't go to the outline, won't dwell on the introduction. Basically, it's just global trends and something to highlight on India and the leading producers, the export markets, and within Africa, who leads in terms of the export trade and the top importing markets. When it comes to Kenya, these are the national trends in terms of the national production at 2.1 million metric tons. Valued at that amount. There's documented post-harvest losses, and those are the data for what we have is documented on issues of imports. And we banana value chain contributes 0.07% of horticultural export in this country. In the counties, these are the trends. We did our study in Kisii County and Kericho County. Kisii County, why? Because it's among the top 5 producing counties There is well-established value chain nodes. We'll see it in issues like aggregation and processing farms, and Kericho has a lot of volatility, and also the banana value chain is structurally constrained, so it could be a good county to model in terms of what we can do better to make it a priority product in that county. That's the policy and legal framework, and then we go to the policy issues. As I have said, banana accounts for 35% of the fruit output, yet there is no dedicated banana policy frameworks that exist. Issues like weak regulation of certified banana planting materials. This has led to things like uncertified suckers and spreading of banana bacteria wilt. Then when you go through the county integrated plans, there is a lot of focus on seedlings and extension, and not much on strategies for value addition, aggregation, and commercialization of banana. We also realized there is limited banana-specific cooperatives. We identified one in Kisii, which is a good model that other counties could borrow from, and also the trends in terms of the imports and also the export. As I have said, 0.07% of horticulture exports. These are our objectives. One is explore the value chain map of banana farming. The second objective is on evaluating the economic potential of banana value chain to enhance its productivity and competitiveness. Our study adopted a global value chain analysis, and also the theory of change. That is the design that we use, descriptive analytical. We were able to collect primary data from Kisii and Kericho counties, and secondary data, and we did a conceptual map. Basically, our focus on mapping the production patterns, value chain actors, the structures, and also coming up with recommendations on how to improve competitiveness. As I have said, we did primary and secondary data. This is where we got our primary data from the key informats. We used purposive sampling to identify key informats and also selection of the farmers. Basically, that's the analytical framework on the objective 1, the key variables and the indicators and measures, and then objective 2 on evaluating the economic potential of the banana value chain. Great. Results and findings. Basically, that is the value chain map we were able to identify, particularly for Kisii, which is well established. You can see the one that is clear, and then there is the red and also the green, basically for counties like Kericho, which do not have clear aggregation and processing farms. So basically a lot of the products were coming straight from production into consumption. Yes, those are the activities that we've been able to map out along the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes, and also the actors, and also the supporting institutions. One of the things that we noted that training institutions and universities, particularly you will hear a lot of JQuat and KARC, particularly in terms of coming up with tissue culture and also working with county governments in supporting farmers. So government interventions across the value chain in terms of input supply. There was existing partnership between county government, in particular Kericho and also Kisii. Kericho had partnered with JQuat in terms of establishing banana, particularly for the lowlands, which are not good for tea. And then KALRO, particularly in Kisii. In terms of production, there is the provision of seedlings, extension services, and support of the Farm First Banana Farmers Cooperative, which is in Kisii. In terms of the aggregation center, the county government was able to come up with a facility that is supposed to do aggregation. It's yet to meet its target, but it is existing. In terms of the national government, it had established a cold chain facility in Kisii that is meant to support banana and avocado farmers. Processing, the county government of Kisii was able to come up with a processing farm, and they handed it over to an investor. And also in terms of research institution like KIRDI was able to incubate a processing farm, which is able to do through issues of value addition. This is still in Kisii. In terms of consumption, there was increased public-private partnerships, particularly in coming up with export channels. This we also identified for particularly processing farms, e.g. the banana wine. What has happened? Yes, so in terms of gaps and opportunities, that is what we identified for production, dominated by smallholder farmers. That opportunity is issues like employment for skilled and semi-skilled, informal seed system, which have been able to identify, to mention in the previous slides, limited extension services, a lot of budgetary constraint in terms of supporting farmers through those extension services, issues like pests and diseases. A lot of farmers were getting their seedlings from their other farmers, and we were told that increases the risk of pest and disease spread. Things like diminished traditional varieties, case in point, the sweet banana is depleting. Yes, issues of over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture and low uptake of technology, things like the ripening chamber. In terms of aggregation, those that were existing were not in terms of its full capacities, particularly for Kisii, the cold chain facility, we found that it had been closed because of things like high cost of energy. In terms of processing, there's inconsistent supply of raw material, limited capital, now weak market structures, and also we identified broken middleman dominance that leads to exploitation of farmers. An opportunity is probably to consider contract farming to strengthen aggregation and processing. In terms of the objective 2, these are the trends. You find that there's a lot of inconsistent relationship between area expansion and production output, therefore meaning that there is a lot of underlying productivity challenges. In terms of the value chain overview, this is what we were able to map out in terms of the estimated share, and you can see it grows as it continues along the value chain, which makes the farmer not get the value that they need. Yes, that is explained.
Your time is up. Eh?
Thank you so much. In terms of last but not least is the opportunities for economic potential. This is elaborated here in terms of what banana flour is able to contribute, cookies, crepes, and wine, and you can see the price and which will have better benefits to the farmers. In terms of last but not least, the recommendations, I've targeted the various nodes. Basically in terms of coming up with a banana-specific policy, I've identified the actors, strengthening access to quality and certified planting materials, extension services, functional aggregation and processing farms, and also promoting contractual farming arrangements. Thank you.
Who is next? Oh. You need to just walk straight, you're still young.
I was avoiding the camera. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Good afternoon. So, this paper just builds up on the paper that NATO had, had presented. For him, it was on a macro level, but this one, we are now going to the disaggregated levels and looking at it in terms of farms and the implication on productivity in Kenya. Where do we point? Yeah, so there's some policies that anchor global value chain in Kenya. Vision 2030 talks extensively about it. The better, which looks at the value chain, that is where it's anchored, and MSMEs. Also we have the National Trade Policy and now the FCFTA, which is the trade agreement that we're going into. But then we find that some of these policies, like the 2017 trade policies, it's almost, it needs a review at this particular juncture. And now looking at the issues that we have under the global value chain, which is low value chain that Kenya gets into, it means that there is need to review and look at some of these policies so that they're in line with what is going on at the moment. So we can say that yes, we have a ubiquity of policies, but then the problem is on the structural bottlenecks within the farms themselves. I don't know why it's not responding. Where am I supposed to point? Oh. What's going on here? Okay. It's lagging, eh? Okay, you'll help me the slides. Oops, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. So from the previous study that was done in 2022 by Kipra, I myself did the study alongside Abdullahi. We found that the GVC integration for Kenya farms is 18.6%. But then now with the updated data set of World Bank Enterprise Survey of 2025, which is the data that we use mainly, we have found that it has plummeted again to 13.6%. So meaning that we are doing badly in terms of the GVC. And when you look at the concepts of the backward and the forward linkage where is importation of parts that we use in our production process, it's at 23.9%, while the forward linkage, that is the exportation of our parts that to be used in the production process for the countries, is around 13.5%. So we can say that Kenyan farms, we are more of, we have that sort of a reliance from what is imported in the production process vis-a-vis us taking part to high value exports for our products to be used as intermediate products. Next slide. So when it comes to the sectoral analysis of the global value chain, looking at now the sectors, these are the sectors that have been given by the ISIC. ISIC is the International Standards of Industrial Classification. We can see some variations, when we look at the forward change and the backward linkage change between 2018 and 2025. The food sector, when you look at it in terms of the forward linkage, it has taken a very high dip. You can see to around 21.09. That is how it has gone down. But then when you look at the textile and the garment, the backward linkage has gone a little bit up. But then when it comes to the forward linkage, it has gone down. But that can be attributed to the fact that AGOA was coming to an end, and that is our main, and the US is our main market for the textile value chain. Then when you look at the third one, that is the pharmaceutical, chemicals, and plastic. Where's that thing? Yeah, the third slide. You can see it has also gone down to negative 18.18, especially when it comes to the backward linkage. What does it mean? This means that we have had a series of exits of most pharmaceutical firms from the country. Recently we saw the case of GlaxoSmithKline, which went away. We have Colgate that also has taken its production to another country, amongst various pharmaceutical sector. So that means that the business climate is not doing very well, and that is why we are seeing this kind of results. But then at the last slide there, the last bars, those are the services. We've seen some sort of an improvement, but that is explained by the fact that some countries around the region have opened up, or they have liberalized their telecommunication sectors, especially Ethiopia and Congo, and our Kenyan firms like Safaricom, Equity, amongst other banks, have gone to those countries to invest. So our service sector in terms of the GVC is doing well. Next slide. Yeah, same can be seen for the overall global value chain. The food sector, the change was much there. Also the chemical and plastics, which just echoes what we've just seen in the other slide. Let's move on. So we did some sort of a regression analysis The model that we used was the endogenous regression analysis, because the first objective was to identify what are the drivers for the global value chain participation among Kenyan farms. And the second objective, we were looking at now how GVC leads to productivity. So we use an endogenous switching regression model that it's based on the Heckman model to try to address some of the confounding factors, because you'll find that the things that affect global value chain participation are the same things that affect productivity. So the dependent and the dependent variables are affected by same factors, which are called confounding factors.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, and then we found that certification, that is the main issue. But then again, it has a higher impact. But Kenya, when it comes to the certification and standards, we've been having challenges, and we have faced even challenges in markets like the EU and other markets. Innovation too, it's important, farm size amongst others. But then the main bottleneck was the financial constraints, logistics and expensive cost of production and high taxation. That is what came out from the survey by World Bank. Next slide. Yeah, so when you look at now the regression on the part of productivity, yeah, we saw that GVC, to some extent, leads to higher productivity. Now when we did, we had basically 3 regressions. One of them was the 2018 regression. We had the 25 regression, and then the pool of them in the endogenous model. So it ranged between 1.1 to 1.6. So we found that the effect of GVC on productivity is sort of moderate. But then we found that the confounding factors that affected the two mostly was the strategic capabilities of the farms, and this has to do with the management. It has to do with the, how competent the farm is to participate in global value chains, and also the managerial attribute and the age of the farm, and even the ownership of the farm, whether it's foreign or it's not, or whether it's locally owned. So next, for the recommendation, it would be key for us to invest in the certification hubs, because that is the main challenge that we noticed. Because our parts are rejected to other countries, or at some point they're intercepted in other countries, because they're saying that you have not complied with the certifications, like global gaps, amongst others. Other issue was the financing. That was main challenge that was there, and the production cost. So these are some of the things that need to be taken up, as well as us going to see how we can leverage now on regional value chains through the African Continental Free Trade Area to ensure that our global value chain is taken up. So I think that is all that I had for my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now that we have moved very, very well, we could do one and finish up. Somebody was ready somewhere there? Yeah, just that one, so that we shall have remained with 3, which we can now finish and do some few things before we leave.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Anthony, and my co-author is Viola. We are basically going to talk about fisheries, and we're going to examine the performance over the years, value capture, and also the policy options for inclusive growth. So welcome once again, and good afternoon. So the fisheries sector is a very significant sector, and actually it has been listed as one of the backbone in the agricultural sector. A major contribution in terms of employment and also food security. But of course, we also have to appreciate that many counties that we have...
Anthony, we said you just start by going to the problem.
Yes, actually it's next. Yes. Yes. So what is a big problem? This is just a striptease of what a problem is. When we visited Migori, actually in Sori, we could find that there are some farmers that are using mosquito nets. So that's a striptease of what we're having. The next. This ideal kind of net we are supposed to use, but some farmers are using this. Next. So a big problem is the chronic the chronic deficiency in supply of our fish. One of the contributing factors is the overfishing that's being brought about by the use of illegal gears, fishing gears that I've just shown. We also have environmental degradation that comes from pollution and also industries sending some of their waste into the environment. And also we have issues of governance issues. At this point in time, the policy framework, they haven't operationalized the Monitoring, Control, and the Surveillance Act that gives the beach management units to be able to provide surveillance for our fisheries. So this one affects food insecurity. It has also affected our importation. In as much as the government is struggling, it's very surprising and even embarrassing as a country that we are importing fish, which we have the potential of exporting. Next. So what are some of the objectives that we have? The first objective that we had was to map fisheries and the aquaculture sector, and then to analyze the linkages, the opportunities, and the constraints along the value chain, and then also to assess the economic potential. Next. Theoretical framework we borrowed from the microportals value chain analysis, whereby we're trying to assess the actors, the linkages, the challenges, the problems that are affecting various stages, even the governance structure. Next. I won't go into this. I just highlight the Fisheries Management and Development Act that gave birth to the KFS that was given birth to in 2016. Actually, over a period of time, we have been surviving without a fisheries authority, but it came in 2016. There's still much development in this sector. We've now shifted. The government is currently prioritizing on aquaculture to provide some caution on the inland or catchment sector. Next. In our methodology, we used a mixed method approach. So our approach was that we used a case study whereby we selected Migori. Migori is a good benchmark for the inland or the catchment, the inland freshwater catchment areas. Kakamega, it's also a good benchmark. Actually, it's the best producer of aquaculture fish in the country. So those are our approach that we used. So we used explanatory. So the first objective that was to map the fisheries, and the next was to analyze the various linkages, constraints, and opportunities along the value chain. We invested more on the qualitative data. But later on, we were able to support this with the quantitative data that we collected from the various documents like KFS, KEMRI. So these are some of the data that we looked into: the production, processing, labor, trade, just to assess the economic potential. Next. I also jump into this, but I also talked about that next. So this is the value chain. Our value chain stands for the input supply, especially for our aquaculture, whereby you have to invest on the fingerlings and stuff. A big problem here is the feeds. Currently, we are still importing feeds. We also have production. A bigger problem here is the illegal fishing. And then we move to processing. A big problem at this stage is the cold chain facilities. The government has not invested more on the cold chain facilities. We're having brokers in the field. There's no proper transport system. And also our export. Given the fact that we have deficient supply of fish, our potential in terms of export is not okay. And the government needs to provide solutions into this. Next. Economic potential. We came to realize that over the years, because the inland waters, like Lake Victoria, Lake Nakuru, Turkana has been producing. Actually, it's been the holder of the fish production that we're having in our country. But over time, it has shifted. From 2010, it was at 85% production. Currently, it's at 50%. So the government has shifted and provided incentives for us to invest on aquaculture, but it's forgetting more about some of the major holder, that is the inland waters. We also seen that given the fact that the fish supply is also declining, we've seen that there's a spike in the fish prices. So a fish that was in 2010 costing 99 shillings currently is at 213. And also the producer share. Over time, we've seen that this has also been declining. In 2021, when you compare the farm gate price and the export price, it was at 58%, currently at 34%. So it means that there's some constraining factors that are affecting the producer share of the exports. Next.
2 minutes remaining.
And now this is just an overlay of how the producer share of export is. Next. Again, also, you can also look into how the fish imports has also increased, especially from 2013 to 2018. The government has provided some support in terms of investing in the business, aquaculture business development program. At this point in time, we are trying to stabilize, but at this point, it's also still worrying that we're still importing fish worth 1.2 billion. Next. So in as much as we are transforming as a sector, there's a potential in terms of marine fisheries and aquaculture. Currently, given the fact that we're having declining fish supplies, we're also having issues of the volumes and also production. We are currently price-led. Next. Our key recommendations, we had 3 key recommendations. What the government can do in the next 2 years is to invest more on stabilizing supply, to invest more on the aquaculture production, especially to operationalize the monitoring and control and surveillance so that we can be able to also to reduce the post-harvest losses. Next. The second one is to scale productivity, whereby you have to also invest on the cold chain facility, invest more on the feed production, especially for aquaculture. Next. Then the final one is to structure transformation. This is going to be done in the next 3 years so that the government can also invest more on exports. Currently, there's a big problem, especially in the export sector, because we haven't had a conversation with some of the processing farms. Their production that they are producing, and for example, they signed a contract with the EU, they're supposed to apply on a daily basis, they're supposed to provide maybe 50 tons. Now, because of the supply, they cannot do that. So some of the contracts have been revoked. I think that's all.
That's good. I think we have achieved. We have done 3 within this short period. And I think before we break for lunch, just 5 minutes, anything crucial that we can communicate to the presenters? Are you talking? You want to say something? Behind you.
Thank you. So my question goes to Kevin. I have seen that you have used the endogenous switching regression or the endogenous switching regression model. So I wanted to understand, because when it comes to that model, it is a 2-stage model, and in Starter we have what we call a move stay command, which is a single command that runs 6 move stay command. Yeah, move stay command, which runs 6 things at once. So I wanted to understand when you are talking about the global value chain, and you are using now the move state command, which becomes what we call the average treatment effect for the treated, the average treatment effect for the untreated, and then the counterfactual of what would be the effect on the treated if it was not treated or it becomes untreated. Yeah, that is what I wanted to understand. Thank you. And online, because I got there's a question for you here, and that is that I am curious, that is at Kevin Wanjala, I'm curious to know whether the decline in GVC integration arose from some participants in the 2017-2018 wave actually dropping out of GVC participation in the 2024-2025 wave. And also, the same guy has gone ahead to ask you, that is, for farms which featured in both periods, our decline arose largely from greater inclusion of GVC non-participants in the 2024-2025 wave. That was the question. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I have some contribution also. We started from banana. You talked about Kisii, and the value that I was looking at is there is from literature, not just crisps, but also some banana are being converted into wine. So I don't know if you were able maybe to get, if those value chains, why are they not picking up in terms of, because I know that we are importing most of our wine from South Africa, and even some from countries that are even outside Africa. Yet, if bananas can be converted into high quality wine, I think it can be a great contribution to our growth in terms of economy. So I don't know what is maybe those issues that the value chain has not been developed as such, because since it was launched until now, I think after one governor goes, it goes with the project, and nothing much is seen again. Then when the one who was presenting on, it has escaped my mind, the fish value chain. You kept on identifying issues before you did analysis. When you're presenting, you say that the issue is overfishing, the use of bad gear, and so on and so forth. But in the value chains, when you were analyzing, did you see maybe why are we not performing? Why is like our marine resource here? We are in Mombasa today, but when you go for lunch here today, you'll eat beef that is not predominantly captured from this area. You'll see beef is for Asal and other regions, but we have fish that Chinese are coming to fish just some few kilometers from our in our water resources here in Mombasa, and they are taking it to China, then they export it to Kenya. So why don't we take advantage? What is that issue that is happening? Do we have, maybe you need to analyze about mechanization and then skills mismatch in the fishing industry or in the aquaculture and marine resources, so that we can see why are we not tapping into that key resource that can help us even fight food insecurity and also economic and also job creation, as we said earlier on. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I would speak to a few issues. Yeah, I think we still have a confusion about framing the problem. The paper on banana, that one I'll not excuse you because we labored this with YPs. That section, you call it policy issues. Research identifies the policy issue. And the issues you are saying is identifying gaps in several policy documents. That's not the problem. The problem is a core problem, meaning it is one thing. And the problem is not causes, it's not challenges. We said all this. The paper on fish, you say the problem is shortage, and then right there you go to the causes. And I think the previous speaker has properly noted that. When you tell us the causes at the problem stage, so which challenges are you identifying when you're analyzing the value chain itself? Because when you do value chain mapping, one of the main objectives is for you to unpack the challenges at every stage so that you propose interventions. Now, if you start scratching that area when you are stating the problem, so what will you be doing when you are doing the analysis to identify the challenges? So when you are framing the problem, there is what we call the core problem. The causes to the problem is a separate thing, and the causes to the problem are challenges. And so we don't go into the challenges at that stage. Once you tell us the problem, the only thing you can tell us is what that problem helps us to see, the outcomes of the problem, what you are calling the impacts or the effects. But when it comes to the causes, usually, like even when the paper that was looking at global value chains, you are interested in unpacking the challenges or the causes to, I think, the decline. I know Kevin was speaking about the decline. So we still have a problem framing the problem. And I think I've said this a million times, and I don't know, maybe I should start crying so that you understand. It is not policy issues. So you don't identify gaps in several things and say this is my policy, it is a core problem. So it is one thing. If I read one statement in that section, it should help me understand where, or the key issue of concern. And we said problem statement best comes out when you identify the puzzle. It has to be a puzzle between two things. If it is a policy one, I'll just go to the example of the global value chain. I know Kevin started by telling us that Kenya has a strong ambition, but structural constraints. So he gives us a puzzle, but that's not the puzzle that will give him his study. It is the wrong premise, because if you want to get the problem right, if you are looking at determinants, then you have to contrast, because you see when you talk about structural constraints, it means you'll only look at structural issues. So you'll not tell us about other constraints that are not structural. So if it has to be a good problem, then it means you'll have to look at one side. If you are looking at GVCs from a policy constraint, look at what, say, for instance, government has done. Either they are putting in money in branding, advertising, and so forth. Maybe that budget is going up, but, and I like the second slide you showed, which you didn't tell us was a problem, but that's where your problem should be. Where you are talking about GVC participation having fallen from 2018 to 2025, but you have to make it to be a puzzle. So you have to tell us what is being spent, and then the trend in the GVC participation, because that then gives us a very solid problem that would actually be the pivot of that study. Then if that is the problem for the GVC paper, then I don't see why we now do another regression for productivity, because the problem is clear. Once you say that is the problem, then it tells you that you want to unpack the things that are causing that decline. So when you bring in another regression on productivity, it is hanging in the sky. It's not pegged on the whatever, because I don't see where we would now get another objective to do other regression. So I think, Kevin, you may need to look at that. So the fish value chain, I think you need to relook at your problem, and you need also to look at how you measure economic potential. Potential is an outcome of two things. You have an ideal defined, and you have the actual. Meaning, you have to tell us if there's potential, it means we have the actual, but we have an ideal which is either higher or lower, and we want to see how far we are from the ideal. But if you just tell us a trend is giving us potential, that one does not. And this is the secondary data that I was talking about, that you are just using a trend to tell us potential. Trend alone will not give us potential. We have to be comparing two things, or we must have a way of saying that this is the benchmark, an international benchmark, a regional benchmark, a national benchmark, but we are operating at some level. So are we closer to the benchmark, or we are far off? If we are far off, it tells you still have a lot of room to get to the whatever. So when we talk about economic potential, then you have to think about measurement of potential, because trends don't measure potential. Potential is a relative term. It's not an absolute term as such, and I think we may have to, that will need to come out very clearly. Again, banana value chain, you take us to opportunities. This is not, we are not doing, we usually call it a SWOT analysis. So don't take us to those opportunities and so forth. If you are doing a value chain analysis, you go to every stage of the value chain, tell us the challenges, tell us the actors, tell us the regulatory issues, the policy issues at every sector that will give us meat to make recommendations. So when we go to other things, then we are moving away from the objectives that will make us understand the value chain better. I think I want to stop there.
Good. I want to stop it there so that we break for lunch because we have some people who are lined online and we have given them specific time. So I want to urge that at least by 2:30 or so, we are back and finish the remaining bits, and then we can do the self-directed activities or as directed. So as we break, your items are very safe here. And if there is something that we are supposed to talk about, keep it. We shall revisit and continue. So we have 3? Okay. That's fine. Dr. Moi, don't go away. We shall still need you in the afternoon. Pray for us for lunch. Yeah, you. Yeah.
Let us pray. Thank you, Lord, for the deliberations that we've had. Thank you even for the meal. May you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray.
Inside the Hiru farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for powdering. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hill Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder routes are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hill Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hill Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition, whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also, and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is flooded with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hill Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the flooding of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD. coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hill Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder routes are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that, as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hill Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hill Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition, whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also, and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is flooded with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hill Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the flooding of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hill Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the KARCs to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hill Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hill Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gathudi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition, whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is flooded with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the flooding of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder routes are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition, whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also, and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the KARC to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would pray to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the KARC to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would bring it to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would plead to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number one. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru Farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number two, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would pray to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. is dominating, is crop number 1. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good number, a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru Farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number 2, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru Farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would plead to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru Farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way. Well, coffee, as I said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acreage. Is dominating, is crop number 1. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the hill farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for pulping. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally, we have not started value-adding the tea. But what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea. But still yogurt, we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product.
Tunaenda tunachimba miogo. Unapata kuna yule mtu tunampatia kazi ya kuchimba muogo. Ukifika hapa, huo muogo kutolewa maganda, tunapatia watu wengine. Wanapata kitu kidogo kutoka pale, na kuna yule ambaye anadeal ndani ya dryer naye anapata kitu, na pia kuna yule anatusaidia kukatakata kwa machine naye anapata kitu. So unapata tumejiajiri, tumejifundisha mengi kwa kutokana na muogo, mpaka tumeanza add value addition kwa muogo. Tunaongezea, tunasaga unga, tunatengeneza unga wa uji, tunachanganya na muogo. Tunauza huo unga wa muogo plain. Tunatengeneza kupitia huo unga wa muogo, tunatengeneza chapati. Tunatengeneza mandazi kupitia huo unga. Tunatengeneza majani ya chai kupitia unga wa muogo. Tunapika keki ambayo tunaipika kutoka kwa unga wa muogo. Kwa hivyo tumejifundisha kuhusu muogo mambo mengi. Changamoto iko, kwa mfano saa hii ni wakati wa mvua, tunapata ile joto ya kutosha pale ndani haiko. Tunapata miogo haikauki kwa haraka kama vile wakati wa jua. So tunaenda polepole. Tukienda kupeleka nje ni mpaka tupate watu wakuje watuangalilie bidhaa zetu ndio ikue tukiuza hata tukoshua na kile ambacho tunafanya. Kama tunaweza kupata mafunzo zaidi ili tutengeneze vitu ambavyo vina ubora. Tutengeneze vitu ambavyo tunajua hata tuweze kufikia mahali tuweze kupeleka hata bidhaa zetu kwa supermarket, tuwe tunaweza kuuza hata popote. Tunaenda tunachimba miogo. Unapata kuna yule mtu tunampatia kazi ya kuchimba muogo. Ukifika hapa, huo muogo kutolewa maganda, tunapatia watu wengine. Wanapata kitu kidogo kutoka pale, na kuna yule ambaye anadeal ndani ya dryer naye anapata kitu. na pia kuna yule anatusaidia kukatakata kwa mashine, naye anapata kitu. So unapata tumejiajiri. Tumejifundisha mengi kutokana na muogo, mpaka tumeanza add value addition kwa muogo. Tunasaga unga, tunatengeneza unga wa uji, tunachanganya na muogo. Tunauza huo unga wa muogo plain. Tunatengeneza kupitia huo unga wa muogo, tunatengeneza chapati, tunatengeneza mandazi kupitia huo unga, tunatengeneza majani ya chai kupitia unga wa muogo. Tunapika keki ambayo tunaipika kutoka kwa unga wa muogo. Kwa hivyo tumejifundisha kuhusu muogo mambo mengi. Changamoto iko, kwa mfano saa hii ni wakati wa mvua, tunapata ile joto ya kutosha pale ndani haiko. Unapata miogo haikauki kwa haraka kama vile wakati wa jua. So tunaenda polepole. Tukienda kupeleka nje ni mpaka tupate watu wakuje watuangalilie bidhaa zetu, ndio ikue tukiuza hata tukoshua na kile ambacho tunafanya. Kama tunaweza kupata mafunzo zaidi ili tutengeneze vitu ambavyo vina ubora. Tutengeneze vitu ambavyo tunajua hata tuweze kufikia mahali tuweze kupeleka hata bidhaa zetu kwa supermarket, tuwe tunaweza kuuza hata popote. Tunaenda tunachimba miogo. Unapata kuna yule mtu tunampatia kazi ya kuchimba muogo. Ukifika hapa, huo muogo kutolewa maganda, tunapatia watu wengine, wanapata kitu kidogo kutoka pale, na kuna yule ambaye anadeal ndani ya dryer, naye anapata kitu. Na pia kuna yule anatusaidia kukatakata kwa mashine, naye anapata kitu. So unapata tumejiajiri. Tumejifundisha mengi kutokana na muogo, mpaka tumeanza add value addition kwa muogo.
We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch, then after they hatch, we feed them for 1 month. Then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps, and the banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe, and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after that, the slices are put in the they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts in Ivian farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product, and also ease of transportation. We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch. Then after they hatch, we feed them for 1 month. Then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month, just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well, and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps, and the banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones, but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe, and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after that, the slices are put in the they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts, in Evian farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product and also ease of transportation. We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch, then after they hatch, we feed them for 1 month, then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month, just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps, and the banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones, but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe, and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after there, the slices are put in the they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts, in Evian farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product and also ease of transportation. We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch, then after they hatch we feed them for 1 month, then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps and banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after that, the slices are put in the they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts in Iviani farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product and also ease of transportation. We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's
Yeah.
more of artificial insemination.
Good
Not
afternoon.
like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then
We
incubate
want
them
to
for like
start
3
our
to
next session.
For like 3 to 4 days, the eggs hatch. Then after they
I'm
hatch,
told
we feed
that
them for
the
1 month.
Livingstone is online, so
then we dispatch them to our
kindly,
customers. These
let's
cuts
settle
across all
down.
the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So
Kindly also call your colleagues back. If your neighbor is away, tell them that we are about to start the session as we are preparing for Livingstone to start. He's online. Livingstone, are you on? Technical team, is he on? Not yet. Yes, that's what they were working on. Yeah. He's not yet on. That's why I want to tell you. Okay. Livingstone. He's on? For any other first presenter who's online, the ground rules are 8 minutes. And kindly stick to the 8 minutes. Livingstone, I'm told you are not being heard. Kindly check on your end. Okay. Also, additional ground rules, please stick to your policy problem, your methodology, your objectives, and the findings and recommendations. So that will help you also stick to the 8 minutes. Once you're ready, you can begin.
Mute them and mute them.
Thank you, Christine. If you are ready, you can start as you're sorting the issue with Livingstone. And for clarity, you only have 8 minutes. Kindly skip to your policy problem, objectives, methodology, and your findings and recommendations. No. Your 8 minutes starts now. We can.
Livelihoods, employing majority of rural women who participate majorly in food production, processing and marketing activities. Now, the problem is that while the beta and the MTP4 highlight digital transformation and value chain upgrading as key pathways for enhancing rural employment, rural women remain excluded from the benefits of digitalization. And this exclusion has significant implications, not only for productivity and market participation, but also for self-employment opportunities, and the overall quality of women's rural livelihoods. And therefore, our objectives for this study are: the general study objective is to examine how digital innovation adoption within agricultural value chains influences productivity, market access, employment, and livelihood outcomes among rural women in Siaya County. And we have 4 specific objectives that feed into the general study objective. Now, having done our background literature review, we came up with a conceptual framework, which is anchored on the technology acceptance model, a diffusion of innovations model, and then also the gender-centered ICT frameworks. Now, this framework proposes that adoption of digital innovations. Sorry? Can I go ahead?
Please, we are hearing you.
Okay. This framework proposes that adoption of digital innovations, which is driven by the term and the diffusion of innovation factors, improves productivity, market access, and livelihoods in rural areas, which in turn leads to women's employment outcomes. Now, to our methodology, we used a mixed method exploratory case study. We focused on Siaya County, and our target population was members of the Women Farmers Association of Kenya, the chapter based in Siaya. And why did we choose Siaya? Because this county reflects many of the structural conditions which are associated with rural digital exclusion, as well as agricultural vulnerability in Kenya. And here in this country, agriculture remains the dominant livelihood activity, and women are heavily engaged in smallholder farming, as well as informal trade. We went further to use the Taro Yamani formula for calculating our sample size, which gave us an estimated number of 88 out of the 700 women farmers who are registered under this association. Now, in our data collection methods, we use structured questionnaires and key informant interview guides. And under data analysis, we used both quantitative and qualitative analysis, which based on the findings from the women farmers, as well as representation from the county office, the SEA county office, as well as the digital service providers within the county. Now, to the results and discussion, under Objective 1, where we were looking at the extent of digital adoption, approximately 46% of respondents reported using at least one digital agricultural tool. And we also noted that digital adoption among rural women in Siaya County remains uneven, because while basic mobile phone ownership is widespread, smartphone ownership and reliable internet access are significantly lower. And then adoption was noted to be higher among younger women, those with secondary or tertiary education, and members of groups such as the Women Farmers Association. And lastly, while adoption of digital innovation is present among a significant share of rural women, income outcomes varied widely, underscoring the importance of examining not only adoption status, but also the broader set of socioeconomic and institutional factors. Now, to our objective 2, where we were looking at impact of ICT adoption on productivity, market access, income, and employment outcomes. Findings reveal that women who adopted digital tools reported improved access to agronomic information, better coordination of farm activities, as well as expanded market reach. While adopters reported higher average income, the raw difference was not statistically distinguishable without accounting for other factors among those who adopted, such as the digital literacy, farm size, access to extension services, among others. So that indicates that adoption alone cannot explain the impact of farm income, or rather house income, among the women in the rural environment, or rather rural setup in Siaya County. Further, on the same objective, we conducted correlation analysis between digital adoption and farm income, as well as household income. And findings reveal that household income and digital adoption have very weak correlations. And therefore, digital adoption alone does not exhibit a strong direct association with income outcomes. The influence of digital tools on farm and household income appears to be conditional and is also mediated by other factors. For instance, issues of the farm size, issues of literacy among those who are adopting these digital innovations. And then Objective 3, under gender-specific barriers, it came out that high data and device costs, unreliable network connectivity, lack of digital skills, and restricted access to devices constrain adoption depth and continuity of use. Further, when we looked at gender-specific barriers from the perspective of age group, it was noted that these barriers are more pronounced among older women and those in the remote wards of Siaya County, reflecting lower levels of digital literacy, limited access to devices, and weaker network infrastructure. Now, to the fourth objective, which is digital innovation's influence on job creation, self-employment, and employment opportunities and job quality for rural women, the findings reveal that beyond production, women adopters are more likely to participate in aggregation, trading, as well as digital-enabled service roles. And so these findings align with qualitative insights from the key informant interviews that we conducted, which highlight how digital tools facilitate market access, coordination, and participation in value chain related roles such as aggregation and trading, and thereby expanding employment opportunities for rural women beyond primary production of goods. Now, policy recommendations. The challenge here was that rural women remain underrepresented in digitally enabled agricultural value chains, which limit employment creation and inclusive growth. And therefore, our policy recommendations include investing in rural digital infrastructure, scaling gender-responsive digital skills programs, embedding digital tools within value chain programs, promoting women-centered digital employment pathways, strengthening public-private partnerships, and lastly, establishing gender disaggregated indicators to track digital adoption, value chain participation, and employment outcomes. And these are the priority county actions that we identified. One is to expand community ICT hubs and shared access points, to partner with digital service providers so that they localize content and services.
Time is up.
Integration of digital tools into county extension and cooperative programs, support affordable device access and connectivity for women, institutionalize monitoring of digital adoption and value chain outcomes, and lastly, supporting piloting and scaling of locally relevant digital solutions through world-level innovation grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for almost keeping time. We will come the next presenter. Livingstone, you can start sharing your screen. Okay. Christine, wait for comments. The ground rules are the presenters present and then we give comments after the presentations that we have scheduled. Livingstone, you have 8 minutes. Kindly focus on the problem, the objectives, the methodology, findings, and recommendations. That will help you maintain the 8 minutes. Kindly share your screen. We can't see anything. Yes, they're in contact with. I'm told the Livingstone is still experiencing challenges, so Daktari, are you ready? You can present then. Okay. Dr. Muma, remember 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. I hope I can.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Yeah. I'm going to present a paper which has gone for publication. The title is Drivers of Under 5 Malnutrition in Kenya. Those are the outline, but I'll be looking at problem statement, I don't know, maybe justification of the problem, objectives, then methodology, results, and then conclusion and policy recommendations. I don't know, maybe I might want to talk about definitions. So here, I regressed some socioeconomic and health variables on stunting. Stunting is represented under 5 malnutrition. It's one of the major indicators, and also I think underweight. I don't know, it's not moving. Ooh. Yeah, maybe let me go very briefly over the Kenyan context, but I can only say that there are over 2 million children stunted by 2009. There were 26 by the early 20s, and I think by 2022 there were 18%. Sorry that I didn't update everything. So also there is high prevalence of macronutrient deficiency among the vulnerable groups, that is like mothers and the under 5. It's a serious problem which is affecting cognition, economic outcomes for individuals that get affected when they are under 5, in that they will be physically affected, that they will have long-term health problems. Yeah, we had a nutrition policy which came out in 2011. And before 2011, the nutrition policy lacked cross-sectoral linkages, but after the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy 2012, it incorporated cross-cutting issues and intersectoral linkages, and also multi-sectoral causes. So that 2012 policy embraced the framework of accessibility, availability, stability, and nutritional requirements like the macronutrients that we talked about. Yeah, problem statement is that there have been no or limited insights on multisectoral causes of malnutrition, and therefore there is need for insights on those causes for the under 5 to inform integrated multisectoral interventions, nutrition programs, monitoring and evaluation, and improve nutrition status. Of course, those would help meet the SDGs, for example. Okay, this is problem statement. Okay, more or less, I've just alluded to it. So prevalence of under 5 stunting in adults, for example, is nearly twice for some counties. That is the national average. Counties like Kitui, Turkana, West Pokot, and there is gap in knowledge in those multi-sectoral drivers of under 5 for a while. Of course, I've said they have serious challenge to the future economic and health outcomes of those that have experienced them. Yeah, so insights from those multi-sectorial courses would therefore have informed Vision 2030, SDGs and the UN, all those policy frameworks. The objectives was to determine the variables of under 5 malnutrition under the Lancet model of maternal and child nutrition, which influence under 5-year-old malnutrition, their effects, magnitude, and direction in Kenya, and derive policy implications from the findings. Yeah, literature were from KDHS that you are aware of, IFPRI, blah, 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 blah. Those are just trends, actually. The stunting you can see has been going down. The blacker part was for the 2014 KDHS period. If you go to wasting there again, it has been stagnating. Underweight has been declining, but not reaching the target. And overweight is a new problem, which came about already. I don't know why I'm pressing, and it is not doing anything.
Doctor, you have 3 minutes remaining.
Okay, I'll go to result. Huh? I press?
You've been pressing this one.
So you should not be counting. I want to go to results and recommendations. Oh, the methodology, it was actually, data was from those sources that I've mentioned, and it was an econometric model. Let's go ahead to results. Yeah, that is the conceptual framework. So we have intervention-specific variables. Then we have nutrition-sensitive ones on the right-hand side. And then we have policy and environmental issues. So let's go on. Go on. Move. Yeah, that was just the regression model. Just go back, kidogo. Yeah, so it was a natural regression of the outcome variable, which was stunting, proxying under nutrition. And then those are the other variables, the socioeconomic and health variables. Let's go on. Now, no, just go back very quickly. Now, the variables were maternal mortality rate from the literature. Those came out. GDP per capita, or even national income, if you like. Diphtheria, immunization, and unemployment rate. Those were the variables that were regressed on the dependent variable. Let's go on. The null hypothesis was that there would be zero, the coefficients of the independent variable would be zero for any value of the dependent variable. Let's go on. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. OLS model was found inappropriate, and the natural log model was the one that showed that VIF values were acceptable, actually. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so that was the descriptive statistics for the variables. And we can say that from there, I can roughly say that, for example, 44%, about 44% of the children under 5 are the ones that are getting immunized for diphtheria disease. Let's go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah, so I think, no, go back. I don't know, let's see. Yeah, this is the summary model. That is the summary model, which showed significance. You can see there. Overall, that is, you can see that the summary model indicates a statistically highly significant model, adjusted R-squared value of 86.7, for example. Variation in dependent variable can be explained by the independent variables. Let's go on. So, I think basically that's the same thing. That's the same thing. Let's go on. Oh, that's analysis of variance. Here we can see that it's only the GDP per capita which were statistically significantly negatively associated with stunting, which means if GDP is increasing, then stunting proxied by undernutrition proxied by stunting would also be going down. For example, 10% increase, for example, in GDP per capita would lead to a reduction in stunting by 4.59%. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. So, yeah, those are the ones which I've claimed there. Let's continue. The other variables were not significant. So, this means that a number of studies have also found GDP to be related that way to undernutrition for children under 5. So an increase in, for example, income can enhance health, environment, and services. Women's education, for example, they can boost national food production and increase the contribution of agricultural production income. Actually, that is how you can explain that particular outcome, because national income or even GDP would lead to the betterment for those particular services.
Time is up.
Yeah. So basically, that was my finding. So the recommendation is that there is need for allocation, reallocation, and redistribution of resources to especially the poor households, so that their incomes could be boosted, and then it can be expected that with education they can increase the quality and nutrition of foods for the under 5. I think that those would be my main, otherwise those are the other ones.
Thank you, Daktari. We are going back online for the next presenter. Kindly share your screen and you can begin your presentation. We can't see your screen, we also can't hear you. We can see your slides, Livingstone. Kindly put them on presentation mode. And we can't hear you.
Chair, I propose that in case he's using earphones, he could maybe stop using them and try presenting again without earphones on.
Okay, thank you so much. I stand guided. Are there any other presentations that we can proceed with as we are waiting for Livingstone to share? Okay. Okay. Maybe we can give comments on the two presentations that we've had. Terence.
Okay, mine is majorly on the second presentation. I don't know if he's around. Dr. I've noticed that you've used a lot of data which is we cannot rely on because the years that you have used are way, way back. The KDHS report that you are showing us is of 2014, and we have updated reports of the same. Same to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data that you've shown us. So I think for the policy documents, we need to update the information. And another thing that I've noticed, it's more academic. It ventures on majorly studies that have been done by academicians and not policy-oriented. Yeah, that's all. Lastly, I was looking at the interpretation of the results, and I noted an R squared of 98%. I don't know if we can rely on that when we are trying to explain the variations. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank you very much. I'm attracted to the study by Daktari on under 5 malnutrition rates. When he was presenting, I reflected on one study that has also been conducted by World Vision on the same. And I don't know whether Daktari could narrow the findings so that it is with the particular region or space so that it can inform policy in that particular line, simply because not all areas or not all parts of the country are actually suffering from the same issue. So if they could be narrowed down to a particular area where that case is more pronounced, then it's able to direct policy that are tailored to that particular context or the environment. Otherwise, I think that is a subject that interests the majority, particularly FAO and other NGOs working in that particular space, and I'm happy with that paper. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have some observations from the two presentations. So the first presentation by Christine, there was a second objective that is looking at the impact of, I didn't capture very well, the impact of some variable on some other variables. And the method of analysis used there was correlation analysis. And correlation analysis, just as you explained in your results,
is it just explains the relationship between variables, and a relationship that is in terms of the strength, or what we call the magnitude, whether the relationship is strong, moderate or weak, and also the direction, whether it is a negative relationship or a positive relationship. Whereby the relationship, you cannot imply it to be causal, because when you talk of impact or the effect of this on this, then that is cause-effect kind of a relationship, which is not the case when you use correlation analysis. So maybe you can check the framing of your objective such that maybe it reads the relationship of this variable on this variable, but not the effect or impact based on the method you used. Or either you change the method, either you use a regression model so that you can talk of the effect. Yeah. Then maybe the second presentation by Dr. Muma, it's also on the methodology, whereby out of the various independent variables that you had, it has come out that only GDP per capita was significant. And maybe this could be because of various reasons. One of them being maybe the diagnostic test, whether you conducted it or not. The issues of multicollinearity, whereby the independent variables may be highly correlated. So maybe you can check that and see whether that's why some of the other variables that you expected to be significant, they turned out not to be statistically significant. Also, the issue of sample size, I haven't seen you indicating the sample size. And maybe you can also check in your model, you can add an interaction effect to see whether when some of the independent variables that you're having, if they interact. When it is one, maybe the effect is not there. What about the interaction effect? Could the interaction effect maybe affect the outcome variable? You can check on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all.
Chair.
Yes. Oh, Kefa. Okay, let Kefa go first.
Okay. Kefa, you can proceed. Apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine is to Dr. Mumo's presentation. Yeah, the first issue basically is the doctor indicated that it was an analysis was at the national level with some 25 observations. First, I'm just curious how these data sets ended up giving us 25 observations because the best we could get from them is at most 10 observations based on the 2 documents that were highlighted. The second issue is that basically we are dealing with a very small sample. Given that it was at the national level, I believe it is more of a time series now. So the question is, how did Dr. address the issue related to small samples, considering that 25 observations is not that large enough? Yeah, and finally, since we have KDHS 2022, I'm just curious whether Dr. managed to take a look at it in terms of the starting rates, and if so, what is the current status as far as the KDHS 2022 is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you, Kefa.
Thank you. So thank you very much, colleagues, for that. Mine is just one for Christine. So thank you, Christine. I think you have a very good paper, especially focusing on digital technologies and how those can help to transform agricultural value chains. However, I think since your subject matter is rural women, especially in Siaya, I think the main challenge, as you mentioned in your paper, is those women getting information, especially through digital technologies. So I think in your paper, just to improve, I thought you could also demonstrate other avenues through which these women can get digital extension services, because if they do not have smartphones or their phones are not internet enabled, then that means that through the phone they may not benefit. So I don't know whether you are able to also include other avenues through which these women can get digital extension services. And I was just thinking of simple technologies like the radio, which you can also say is digital. And then also the timing of giving this information to women also matters, because as you rightly said, most of them, they are constrained either because of childbearing activities or because of the day-to-day farming activities they do. So it would be good to hear what time, maybe in the evening, when now they are available, so that those digital extension services through the radio can be presented to them, in addition to other extension for those who are not digitally enabled, like barazas, and also things like maybe word of mouth and so on. So I think instead of just concentrating on digital, which will favor those women who are well off, you could look at all the possible avenues through which these women can benefit from extension services. Thank you.
Thank you, Neto.
Thank you for the two presenters. I start with Dr. Muma's paper. I agree with some of the comments that have come before me. And actually, my first comment was the problem, because I note the problem came out to state that there's no research. Now, when we start on the basis that we have a literature gap, that makes it academic. And that's why I think it's Terence who mentioned that. Because if you went to, say, the Ministry of Health, and you told the PS, I've done this study because it has never been done in Kenya, the PS won't be interested. Because PSs deal with policy issues. So when we motivate policy research, we start from a policy basis, which means once I see the problem as a policymaker, I know that research will help my decision making, especially at the decision making level. Now, so I had a problem with the problem statement, and then I looked at the model, and usually when we do modeling, one of the questions we ask is, so what are the policy variables? In a model, you can have two types of variables. We have policy variables, and variables are just control variables, but they are not pushed directly by policy. So when I look at that model, again, you find we have fewer. So I think Kefa mentioned KDHS. Malnutrition is mainly a micro aspect. It happens at the household level. KDHS studies usually pick these statistics. I thought a cross-sectional data, if KDHS is available, may give us maybe a better conceptualization than I think what we have now, which is actually at the macro level, which I think I found just, I think, the dependent variables were 3, and I wondered what happened, because 3 variables. So your modeling still had. Now, the first presentation on digital, that is Christine. Christine, you had a problem. Your problem statement, it comes out well, but the problem is that it's not connected to your objectives. You have a problem statement which starts by saying the government has done many things, but women are still excluded and so forth, which is a good problem statement. But when I now come to your objectives, then I see you want to do impact. Why do impact when you are saying that women have been excluded? So automatically, if you look at that statement, it leads you to an objective where you want to understand what keeps women marginalized or excluded despite those interventions. So that becomes an obvious objective. But when you go to impact, then you don't have a problem that speaks to impact. But now when you go to impact, there are several problems you face. One, I saw even your methodology, I think it doesn't speak to impact, because impact is a fine analysis of what we call causation. And I think one of the, I don't know whether one of the, my colleagues has already talked about it, that you look at actually a correlation matrix and say that is impact. That's not impact. Impact is causation, meaning you are saying that this variable causes that one, and there's no possibility that a reverse could happen. So when I see what you have, it's actually not impact evaluation, and you better, I think, check that. Because when you do a good impact evaluation, then you'll need to tell us how you control for what we call counterfactuals. I'll not go into the details because that is, if you are interested in it, you can go and check. You have to tell us how you manage selection bias and other things that assure us that the effect you are measuring is a fine effect that is not influenced by other things apart from the variable that you're interested in. Now, my second question about your, because I saw in your methodology you talked about using regression analysis and so forth, and then, but you didn't tell us exactly how you measured your dependent variable, because my understanding is that adoption is usually a discrete choice problem. You either adopt or you don't adopt. So it's a yes or no. 1 or 0. It's a dummy kind of thing. So I expected to see, if you have a regression that tells you that the dependent variable is a discrete choice variable, where then you could choose to use a probit, a logit, or whichever models we have that pick discrete choices. So I think I have a bit of concern. You need to rework your methodology, because as it is now, it's a bit disjointed and it doesn't flow very well with the other parts. If it's impact, then let's see it from the problem. Your impact evaluation is not based on anything. It's based on hot air. So you'll need to check, but you don't need to have too many objectives. I think sometimes when we are at the early stages of our research career, we assume that the more objectives you have, the more conc study you are doing. That one is a fallacy. You can have one objective and do a very good study that gives recommendations that will influence policy. So you really don't need too many objectives which are not hinged on anything. So you can revise your research problem if you're interested in impact. Then you retain only the objectives that deal with impact. But if that's not the case, I think your first objective would be closely linked to what you have there as your problem, and you may have to, I think, do that. So I think that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari Ameti.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm sorry for coming in after Daktari. So my comment is, number one, on, I'll go direct to the results of Daktari. In your R and R squared, your R squared was almost 90, and your R squared, which is what we consider in statistics and when explaining statistically significant variables, when you have an R squared of almost 88%, it means that in this particular data, it raises concerns of multicollinearity, and because, number one, according to the analysis that you have done, you have data over time, which pushes your study to a time series, and point of analysis. So I was waiting to see matters ARIMA or VAR. And that one calls you to do what we call now the Dikifula test. So that you may justify on why we have such a very high R squared, which is, okay, in statistics you say that the R squared should be more than 50, so that the variables that you have considered, the independent variables that you have considered explain more than 50% of the dependent variable. But now when it gets to almost 90, that one raises very serious concerns. Additionally, your paper is doing what in health economics we call One Health approach. And when it comes to One Health approach, such kind of data, we use another form of modeling, which is called the XB boost and the GLM, the light scale GLM. So I would invite you to a paper that we are doing with the Center for Epidemiological Approach, that is with the Nairobi University, with another Daktari, to look at how we can as well help you to model your paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Meti. Any other comments? Is there any other presentation from the technical team? No. Okay. Okay, so we can give Christine an opportunity to react to the comments, then Dr. Muma. Christine, you can unmute. Dr. Muma, if you're ready, you can proceed. Christine will come after. Oh, okay. Christine, you can continue. Sorry, Dr.
Okay, thank you. I think in the interest of time, I just had mentioned on the chat that I have closely followed the comments that came through from the first one, which talked about how I analyzed my second objective, but again, tying that together with the very last comment about the impact evaluation being an automatic or obvious objective based on the problem statement, I'm going to review that objective so that it comes out clearly. Better still, I may need even to consider dropping it as I build on the other objectives. There's this other comment on demonstrating other avenues on getting digital extension services. That is well noted. I'm going to build on, rather review my paper so that I factor in that possibility of having different avenues other than the digital devices. To the next comment about coming out clearly on how I conducted regression analysis, how I measured the variables, I'm also going to relook at that so that I come out clearly on whether there was a positive or negative relationship between the variables and whether the relationships were either strong or weak. So I need to come out very clearly on that. And so in a nutshell, I should say I have taken all the comments and I agree that I need to go back and relook at that so that I strengthen the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Dr. Muma?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to summarize as much as possible. Now, data is said to be up to 2015. That is not true. Data was up to 2017, and this study was started somewhere around 2017, oh, sorry. Yeah, so the study was started around 2017, 2018, and data was up to 2017. Then there were delays, so I didn't have to be punished for delays when, if you are doing a research 1, 2, 3 years up to the point when you have the last data, then you can't say that that is data which is, let's say, old. So that is one thing. And to also effectively give you more information, because of that concern, we had to run a co-integration model in order to give a prediction of what would be expected, for example, in the medium term, based on the results of this particular study. And it was found finally that all the variables were statistically significantly associated with the GDP. Okay? So I think that answers your question. And remember, you see, if you are having data coming all the way from, I think, 1992 all the way up to 2017, you can't say that that is little data. That is data which really captures the real thing on average. Okay, there is this implication that data was academic because the research was done like or similar to the other academic studies done by academicians. An academician doing a study does not necessarily mean that a study is academic. And I am combining an answer to that to Daktari's comment as well, that the study was not policy oriented. Policy orientation does not necessarily have to do with the academic nature of result, but the policy problem. The policy problem, which I thought you could actually grasp it, is this idea that the model, the framework within which the analysis was done, or variables were analyzed, as actually investigated, and this has been confirmed by even the UNICEF model, including the one that I used, that those are the best models actually for understanding the relationship between malnutrition and social and health and other variables. So you can therefore not say that a study is simply academic. The policy problems have been in this country, and I alluded to them a little bit. I thought somebody could intellectually pick them very fast. The fact that several cross-cutting issues affect undernutrition or malnutrition. So that is the basis for the policy nature of the study. The policy people want to know how nutrition is being affected by, for example, from the education sector perspective, from the agriculture perspective, and so on and so forth. I think that one debunks the academic issue there. There is also the comment from our colleague that research should be narrowed to context, to areas or contexts. But I want to clearly say that policy relevance is about the research problem. Policy makers have been trying to find out actually how are the multi-sectoral causes come together and result into understanding under 5 undernutrition. Therefore, you cannot talk about policy relevance just being on a context. Moreover, from the literature review that I did, a lot of research have been done in those contexts. And what has even been lacking in order to put everything together, to see get an average picture from the national point of view so that that can now be related to the specific areas. So this is why this study was necessary. The other point is that I've made a recommendation that now that we are understanding the relationship between those variables, socioeconomic and health variables, we can now go ahead and do those context-based studies, for example, in counties, so that you can understand exactly how variations can be there in counties. Methodology, diagnostic tests were done. So the idea of thinking about the fact, I also now bring in the allegation about about R squared and so on and so forth. How high is it? The tests were done, and I mentioned them. Normality tests were done, multicorrelate tests were done, and also the VIF, which actually addresses the issue of various inflation and therefore doing away with this idea that there could be a model fits problems because of correlational problems and so on and so forth. In fact, the fact that we used the natural log model is after we found that the OLS had a problem because there were those correlations. Now, when we now did the conversions to natural log, then the relationship comes very clearly. Then there is the issue of sample size. Yeah, I can agree that it was only a few numbers away from what would be ideal, but of course, these statistics tests show clearly that the model is quite modest, and then there is a talk of interaction variable. You don't just put interaction variable into a model necessarily to get models working, but when needed. For example, fixed variables, like maybe regions, maybe things like regions and other issues of maybe socioeconomic issues could be looked at in interactions. And across the studies that I looked at, there were no really interactions. There were not very many interactions. There were in very few cases where that was necessary to be done. So I don't think that one should invalidate the study. The KDHS, you were saying that the KDHS data could have only given us, I don't know how many, 10 observations, but I've mentioned that we also got data from UNICEF. Yes. Dr. says that he agrees with the comments. Of course, I have actually addressed them, and you have understood. So I'm still saying that the policy basis of any study would be understanding the policy problem, which I've mentioned is concerned very much with multi-sectorial causes, which has been a problem. Yeah. Yes. So the R squared being more than 88, and therefore I should be guided how to use the GLM. You said that, Bwana Meti. Yeah. But let me tell you, the reason why the R squared is very high, it is even in the literature, is because GDP explains almost everything in development. It explains agricultural production. It explains healthcare. It explains what other thing? Infrastructure, transportation, and what have you. That is why you will have to find an R squared that is very high. Yes, it is explained by some authors. I think one of them is called Haddad. So that is the main reason. Yes.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Kuna any presentation enye tumefungia? Do you have any presentation pending? So if we don't have any other pending presentation, maybe we can now close the session. Silvio, can we close the session? Okay, so on behalf of the technical committee that is here, and on the behalf also of the director and the executive director, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you. Thank you for your presentations. They were quite insightful. And we hope that the comments you got here will be able to value add your documents, even as we generate evidence-based policy research. So then, I also want to thank also those ones, I think we had our external authors who made their presentation virtually. That was very good. And also for those ones who made time. I can see Powell here. Thank you so much for making it here. And also, we really appreciate that one. It's a lot of efforts. Then finally, I think we can give ourselves 5 factorials. Maybe, my friend there, you can lead us in giving us 5 factorials. Okay, President, lead us in giving us 5 factorials, just to thank everyone who came to this presentation. Thank you very much. So I believe we'll be able to use all the comments that we got here to improve our outputs, even as we generate the policy briefs and other outputs that are expected from us. So I don't know whether Dr. Lutomia, you have something to say, and then you invite the director to give his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaloi, and the other researchers who are here. You know, when you come here and even just sit and keep quiet, by the end of it, you'll have learned something. So for you to have come here and at least sat all through here, you've learned something. And even if you have not given any comments on your paper, the other comments that actually have been passed here also affect your paper, and you'll be able to improve on it very, very well. So I want to thank everybody and also thank the presenters for what you've done, that you have made actually a success to this occasion. And now we are going back with enriched papers. But remember, don't work alone. Work with others. Visit also seasoned people like Dr. Moy here, like NATO. By the way, NATO is very good. He's very, very good. Visit him. And any information he'll give you, take it as genuine. So it is very, very important that once you are here, you have also interacted with others. You know, even some of you I had forgotten you. Like, and even I can swear that I had never seen you. No, the other one. Yes. So I can swear. So it has been so good that actually it was a meeting point that actually you can now remember others. But for ladies, just know that when a man says I've forgotten, it's true, we forget. We forget, ladies. So when I'm passing, you remind me that I'm the one. So we don't remember, isn't it? So that's what happens all through. Otherwise, thank you very much. We still have, at least we have pushed very, very fast for you to get some time to do something, 1 or 2 things before you break and maybe go to other destinations as from tomorrow maybe. Now maybe let me give director to give us the final remarks, and then he may wish us journey mercies. Thank you.
Maybe let me stand here. I think I'll be more... I learned something when I did the SLDP course at the Kenya School of Government. And that's why I moved. Now, mine is to thank our authors, both who are virtual and those of you who are present. for the 3 days of dialogue. KIPRA has been doing this for the last, this is the 9th year. Every time we have had a conference, we usually have a technical session where we make technical presentations. And usually it attracts most young researchers. Many of the people who attend this kind of fora are people who are just joining the research community. Now, I know many of you may not know that our theme is actually on value chains. And what we are doing here is also a value chain. It is the value chain we call the evidence or knowledge value chain. So you can see that what you have put together, it is part of that value chain. You are adding value to knowledge. And I usually say that when we are doing research, we must come up with something that people don't know. If you go to any conference to make a presentation, people are keen to hear what they don't know. If you repeat what everybody knows, you have wasted time and you have just taken tea and mandazi for free. Give them something they don't know. And when you leave, everybody will be writing emails to you. You presented something. Can you share the findings? Can you tell me how you did this? And so forth and so forth. I'm saying this because I've been in the research area for long. And research, and those of you who want to stay in research, research is self-motivated. You have to push yourself. Gen Z say, unajituma. It has to come from inside. If it's not coming from you, then you are just a masquerader in the area of research. Even when nobody pushes you to do it, you should be doing it. Me, I started doing when I was still at the Ministry of Planning. I know some of you are economists. In the ministry, they don't care about research. But I was already doing research when I was there. And I've traveled over the world because of that. I was not favored by anybody. Those of you who know ARC, ARC is a very good network, which is a network of economists, but they allow any other profession so long as you fit within the research themes that they do. And they take you places. So I think those of you who are joining the research area, kudos, kudos. Research is not a white-collar job. It is a blue-collar job. It's like, in fact, you work harder than that guy who digs a whole acre of land with his hands. Those of you who have been in KIPRA, you know what I'm talking about. If you do good research, at the end of the day, you are so tired. You have been reading things, but don't use a lot of ChatGPT to do your papers. I think I told YPs that. If you, ChatGPT is just a tool. It's just a tool to help you. It's just like a hammer. Is it the mason? The mason has a hammer. The doctor has a needle, a syringe, a stethoscope. An engineer has his tools of trade. So as researchers, ChatGPT should just be a tool. Meaning when you are coming up with a problem, it is you actually to conceptualize the problem. And that is how you grow as a researcher. And so I think I usually get excited when I meet young people who are keen to develop a research career. And like I've said, when you are doing research, you become an author. You are called an author. I don't know how many people here know the meaning of the word author. What's the meaning of the word author? It's not writer. The word author, and that's the deep meaning, it means source. The word author. That's why the Bible says Jesus Christ is the author and finisher of my salvation. He's the source. Now, if you didn't get that, then let me move to the next point. The next point is that the 3 days of dialogue here are important and is part and parcel of the quality control ritual that we do at KIPRA. That when you have done your work, you allow other experts to look at it and give you feedback. So we hope that the feedback that you have received will be taken up positively. When I was younger in research, I never liked comments. But I reached a point, I realized that if you don't like comments in research, you can never produce good research. So if you want to be a good researcher, be amenable to comment. Let people critique let them tear it into pieces. I usually call it punching holes. Let them punch holes. Just listen. When you see questions coming and you are fighting them back, is a spirit that kills research. When you receive comments, take them in, appreciate. Actually, that's the spirit. Appreciate all the comments that come. When you have now sat, absorb them, and then integrate them. One day somebody will ask you, that part of your paper, how did you come up with that? And that was somebody's idea. It was not even yours. You got a comment, you implemented it, your work looks better, but the name on that paper is yours. It's not the person who gave you the comment. So that is the kind of ritual that research at KIPRA goes through. And thank you for staying on for the 3 days of these exercise. So I think I don't have much to say, but just to thank you for making the conference a success. This is part of the conference. And like I've said, it has been 9 years. We always have this. And I think we have had very useful discourse. And those of you will be, I think, coming next year, we shall have the same kind of discourse that we have had for the 3 days. So mine is to thank you. And maybe I'll need to announce this before I sit down, that when we release the other, our other participants, we would like to have a session with YPs. So the YPs will remain when the other participants exit. But now my last one is that I want to wish you well. I know you'll be traveling back to your places of accord and places of abode, and maybe back to Nairobi. I wish you a nice travel as you go back, and I know we shall keep interacting. So thank you, and I think we will have a short meeting with the YPs. We don't intend to take long. We will be done in a short while. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. So a volunteer to pray for us. Rose, you've already volunteered.
So, good evening all. Let's believe and pray. Our dear, mighty, and everlasting Father, we come before you this day. We thank you, Lord, for your blessings. We thank you, Lord, for having started with us since we came to Mombasa on our first day. We asked you to be with us. We asked you to make this retreat or workshop success. And today, as we end this conference, we want to attest that, Father, you've been with us. You made us achieve our goals of presenting. You've given us good health. And Lord, we want to thank you. We thank you for our institution, KIPRA, for having enabled the management together with our ED to organize this wonderful workshop. We believe, Lord, that even as we close this day with very useful comments from this meeting and the general workshop, that we are going to make them or implement them for the glory and honor of this country, Kenya. Lord, even as we break here, we ask that you may be with us as we travel back to Nairobi. We ask you, Lord, that you grant us journey mercies. For this we pray, trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay. Maybe as the others are leaving. Now, some people are still talking. Those of you who are not part of the YPs, maybe you can give us a few minutes.
Okay.